Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only. We are on version 2.2.9.4b, which is it's mostly just been the saga of how to fix the multiplayer servers, aka not much has changed for us. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Before we get started, for real, I'd like to take a moment to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. We can also play the camera mini game while we're here. Which I need to do this. There we go. That's better. So if you guys want your names on these placards, you know, as one of the smallest ways I have of giving back to people, you know, feel free to subscribe on Twitch, or purchase a membership on Patreon or Coffee, or feel free to give off a one-time donation through, you know, Coffee or similar platforms. I will read the contributors, my wonderful senators' names right now. While I do not have anyone on Twitch or Patreon at the moment, nor have I had any one-off contributions during the cycle, I would like to thank the people who've used those platforms in the past. I hope people enjoyed either, you know, their names being here, or enjoyed the membership and or subscription packages, you know, that they had purchased the time for. That said, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his continued Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership. I hope to get some content on it soon. You know, fingers crossed. TM. That said, let's play catch up since last time. No, I did not mean to do that. Thank goodness that the new game screen starts there. Since last time, oh man, we got through a handful of bosses, and then I proceeded to wax real poetic about past life experiences and didn't play the game that much. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. We started off by finally killing Noster, and then we finished by quickly dealing with demi-human queen Gillica. So my goal today is probably going to be Wormface, or the Godskin Apostle, up over here. That is our goal. Just somewhere in this general area. Or actually, our Godskin Apostle's up here because this is the Windmill Village. I just happen to know that from memory. Other than that, you know, game's gonna take us where it wants to be. Mr. Jason says, as Super Mario Odyssey's been chosen as Friday's game, Mr. Jason has an official Mr. Jason suggestion for the game after that. Spyro Reignited Trilogy, good sir. Well, my lovely good sir, you know what to do. I'll try to remember that, but if you want me to be sure I don't forget that, please do consider putting that in the game suggestions gallery over on my Discord server, which I will go ahead and put out the links for right now. There we go. I can actually target this without too much effort. But yeah, if anyone, not just my lovely moderator, Mr. Jason, but if anyone wants to, submit game suggestions into the Discord, I'm gonna highly recommend that you join my Discord server. I should move this so I'm not knocking into it. I did also, let's see, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, and then here's the effect here, which I will toggle the overlay for right now. So yeah, and I'll unzoom this for a second. So this is the game suggestions gallery. You guys are more than welcome to come into the Discord, and the onboarding is automatic. You should already have the ability to post in most channels. We have a bunch of suggestions by people here already. Please feel free to come in and make a new post, apply a tag, and kind of go from there. If you want me to specifically live stream, just use the live stream tag. Otherwise, if you want me to do something else, there you go. And before you make a suggestion, I'm also going to highly recommend you come and read what is called the backlog content rules. And in here, I have a bunch of things to read over. If you want to recommend something out of my Steam library, because for now I have to stick to things I can afford or things that I own already. So feel free to look at my Steam library. Don't suggest the stuff in the picture, because those are games that are dead, have zero support, or auto clicker type games, which you guys really don't want to watch paint dry, I promise. Then after that, feel free to come in, keep scrolling, look at the bottom, and there are games in my library that people can play, or that people can request me to play. So let's go ahead and scroll things back over to where they should be. I'm getting quite good at this. But yeah, please, if you guys want to make suggestions, please. I have a system already. I have a system already for that. So please use it. I worked really hard on it. Mr. Jason says Nintendo Switch 2 is finally getting a big boys gaming console. Good sir. In October it is getting a Call of Duty game. It's getting a shooter, and a shooter that's not Splatoon. Oh my. Yeah, that's certainly something. That is unlike Nintendo. I've never seen them court Call of Duty before. Mr. Jason says, PSA, greetings folks. Welcome to the stream. If you want wonderful hallowed halls, please join Mr. Coin's Discord server, aptly named Hallowed Halls. But if you are a fan of corridors that lead to hallowed halls, offices, and even boardrooms, please join Mr. Jason's organization. Please do. The TCC stores are, to my knowledge, open, whether you're a visitor or you're a client or someone else. We have the appropriate filing systems for everyone to come and join that Discord as well. Having said that, I would like to turn our attention back to the game. Also, let me turn on the overlay, because that should have been on not that far from now. I'd also like to apologize for being late. Lots of stuff just was fritzy. It wasn't working right, at all during, between 11 and 11:15, basically. I do apologize for that, but I figured I would just fix it as opposed to saying I'm going to be held up. Lots of subtle programming glitches, things that wouldn't display right, programs that would close. It took about 15 minutes for it to stop, but it is fixed now. So let us be off to our first area, and this here is an Everjail, and that Everjail has our first split in it, or the first split of the day in it, and that is Godefroy the Grafted. On a separate note, just as like an aside, I never did find the mod I was wanting to showcase from yesterday that changed all the divine names to no longer be divine, like Godfrey and Godefroy into Sagefrey and Sagefroy, luster sites and all that fun business. What's up, Mr. Jason? Yeah, I didn't think so. Mr. Jason says, have you ever considered becoming a minister for the UK government? Good sir, you say as many times as those. Sorry, I feel like I'm turning into a little bit of a point crow in that regard. A famous content creator on YouTube who was well known for Tears of the Kingdom speedruns and other sorts of stuff. Yeah, I speak with, I do tend to speak with a lot of ums, uhs, and ers. It's something I have ragged on other people for doing because that is not good English. It is not good speaking, much less good English. He says while violating it right there on the spot. But as it turns out, when you're not sure what to say, technically the correct answer when you don't know what to say is to remain silent. You don't fill the space with or anything like that. You don't do that. You don't do it when presenting papers. You don't do it at any other time. You just sit and think about what you're gonna say. But streaming is a different space. Streaming is a different space. You can't just sit silent and wait until you know what you're gonna say. You could do that in specific streams, like reaction streams or any kind of anything with an edutainment style. You can typically sit silent and wait, because oftentimes streamers are making recordings on top of what they're doing, so they need to actually, have some pauses so that the footage can be cut cleanly or what have you. That's totally fine. But for the large part, because people are not really watching the stream, they're listening to the stream while they're at work, or when they can get away with it, that is, or something else comes along, or if they happen to be in their car, or if they're distracted, or if they're even playing a game, maybe even the same game as the one you're streaming, they're not going to I did see that. I will answer it in a second. Mr. Jason, I'm just finishing my train of thought. I guess you could go like just walk around from the edge, huh? Okay, things to think about. Yeah, people are listening to your stream more than watching your stream. So, you need to fill that space with your voice in an entertaining way, of course, which, Some people come around for this mop, so maybe I shouldn't say I'm boring. I have the personality of a wet mop, which is to say, I might be bland and uninteresting at first, but you know, you never know when that wet mop might mop over an interesting surface, or stop and you know, absorb the current thing on the screen. So some people like that about me. Others don't. You'll either find that this is a stream for you or it's not. But catching back up with chat here, Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, did you know The Witcher 3 has also been given an expansion that is coming out next year, good sir?" No, I did not. I can add that to the list of games for whom the DLCs will be incomplete when the time passes. I'll have to look into that because I kind of thought Witcher 3 was a done deal. There wasn't any DLC for that for a while. I thought Cyberpunk would have been more of the concern, but I guess not. Mr. Jason says, "I'm not buying the Nintendo Switch 2 Call of Duty game, good sir, but I am very interested in how big that it will be on the Sony PlayStation 5. I know them to easily pass 200 gigabytes in size." Yeah, Call of Duty's an unoptimized mess. I wouldn't be surprised if it exceeded that amount. Bethesda games like Skyrim or Fallout 4 are kind of the same way. They're kind of a bit big, unoptimized, sandboxy mess. And of course I'm going to enter the imp seal is in effect. Okay. Where's the imp? That's what I want to know. Oh, it just didn't render in. Okay, good. Let's fix that. Mr. Jason says, "Of course, good sir, take your time and just dropping messages in." Absolutely. Mr. Jason says, "Good, clean fun with mop stamp or coin mop." Ah, yes, get your mops here, everybody. Mr. Jason says, and it will absolutely be a game key card. Mr. Jason is calling it right now. Of course, it's Blizzard Activision. Did we think that they were going to just, you know, ignore, like ignore the whole, do what the shareholders want, trope? Of course not. Of course not. Now, we are going to traipse right into a boss here, so I'm going to toggle over this overlay. Anytime you guys, for those listening, there will be a red screen in front of my face, with a flame motif crossing or passing through it a few times. If you guys see this screen, it means I am focused, I am locked in, I am not really carrying an active conversation. If I see new people coming in on any of our lovely platforms, red, purple, or green, of course I will try to say hi and, you know, maybe ask how they're doing, but otherwise, I don't try to carry active conversations. So with that, I will read any and all of the comments, all of the wonderful messages that you guys are sending after we are done with the attempt into the fight. Oh, that was easy. That was super easy, in fact. Yeah, so Godfroy is a copy of Godric the Grafted. That lovely little copy of a boss is quite uninspiring. And he's pretty easy if you know what you're doing. Just stay back from him, even during. And he also doesn't have a phase 2, so no phase 2 means all you have to do is just stay away from him. Watch out when he leaps. Dodge the wind projectiles that he will sometimes do, instead of doing a leap if you're far away. And you know, the rest is all peachy. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason still hasn't forgiven Activision for how they released the Spyro Reignited trilogy. Oh, I don't know if I ever paid attention to that. How did they release the trilogy? Was it? I don't think it was. Was it the? God, I'm just not remembering what the controversy about that is. It definitely can't top like the NSFW controversies, though. I'll say that. It definitely can't top those. Lots of people making NSFW of characters that should never have NSFW made of them, is all I'm gonna say. At least in my opinion. Mr. Jason says Spyro the Dragon on the disc and a forced download for Spyro 2 and Spyro Year of the Dragon. Yeah, that's a pretty odd way to release the game, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's kind of bad. That's like really bad, actually. That's rancid. My goodness. How hard can it be to just, you know, release the game in a, how do I word this? You know, just release it virtually. I'm pretty sure you can buy it on Steam now, with no need to worry about the without any need to worry for any of the, sorry, my brain is blanking, you know, stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, supposedly, good sir, there was a 2019 re-release of Spyro Reignited trilogy with all 3 games on the disc, but Mr. Jason is not able to verify that, and Mr. Jason can usually verify most things. Of course. That's totally fine. More arcane, and also, do we have what we need to purchase? Yes, we do. Okay, so we have... we'll probably get up to 1100 stamina when all this is over. Let's also pass the time until night again. Mr. Jason says yes, but you know why Mr. Jason wouldn't do that, good sir. Well, I mean, I can hazard some guesses, but if I had to guess, it's probably because Activision can be a somewhat scummy company at times, not to mention it's under the direction of Microsoft, which means that Bobby Kotick is still in charge, and Bobby Kotick is on the Forbidden Files. He was caught, or I should say he was caught emailing, he was caught like in direct emails with Epstein, if I remember the story correctly. I probably don't, and of course I have to say allegedly, but you know, if you see his name in the emails, it's pretty damning evidence already. Mr. Jason says, Oh, Mr. Jason was referring to buying it on Steam, good sir. Then, I probably have forgotten and would appreciate a reminder of that reason. Mr. Jason goes on to say, also good sir, I always dread when I'm ordering a Sony PlayStation 4 and Sony PlayStation 5 game, as the game discs infamously come off the spindle where the disc sits. Oh, so you're worried about like scratching, right? That would be the obvious concern, is just the discs getting scratched from the spindle. God, that's like poking the spindle on a spinning wheel. You know, a la Sleeping Beauty, one of my favorite Disney films in the whole wide world. And I don't have too many favorite Disney films. I liked Sleeping Beauty a lot. I don't know. Aurora just wasn't like other princesses, is what I'll say, and leave it at that. And Maleficent is one heck of a... Is that the correct villainess? No, Maleficent's Snow White. Maleficent is Snow White. There's another one I'm thinking. There's a villain I'm thinking of. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason really liked the new Snow White film? The live action? Heck, nabbit. Not at you, Mr. Jason. At this unfortunate turn of events, where, our lovely friends in the middle of the road are, well... Kernifer, or did you really just pair this with ads? Like, what is going on here? Let's kind of like pull them off to the side here. Really? How did I definitely mistimed that like crazy. Bye-bye. See you never, Mr. Cavalryman. That was easy. Mr. Jason says, on the way out from seeing the movie, I managed to get a couple of people to answer a survey, and the results were that 6 out of the 7 dwarves aren't happy. Too true. Also, forbidden number reference at the same time. It's unfortunately both just by sheer proxy, but you are talking about the live-action remake when you say you like the new Snow White film, right? That I assume that was an earnest and genuine statement you made. If not, that's totally fine. Then, you know, you know, let the hoodwinking commence or conclude, but still, 40,000. Yeah, absolutely not. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. I didn't actually see it, but it is a good lead up to the joke. Understood. Yeah, if you do ever see it, I highly recommend that you look into like the background on the movie. It's kind of... Oh, also I'm forgetting something, and that is... What I technically need to do is go back here and complete this encampment. So let's do that. And I probably would have done that prior to Godefroy. So let me go back to Godefroy's little split and put that in there. Let's also find what the encampment is going to be named first. I gotta be careful because there are ballistae through here with explosive bolt. I really wish I wasn't tripping over my own cords. Make as many suggestions as you want, Mr. Jason. Oh, then what is all this then? I guess I should actually go back and, you know, peruse it.
By senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Well, my lovely senators and inductees, that was the 5-minute warning for the commercial advertisement break. We do take those around here at the top of every hour. When that time comes, there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam there that will read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. That's how long the ad break is and how many minutes of ads will be serviced. My apologies, but this is the best way I know to combat the pre-roll and take a stretch break at the same time for myself. I highly encourage you guys to do the same thing. No, I actually need to mark them in the codex. I'm being really silly and killing things first. Anyway, yeah, feel free to spend the time whatever way you like. Because once those 3 minutes are up, the advertisements will of course be over. I will have returned to my desk and we will pick right back up where we left off. Oh, what fun that'll be. Mr. Jason says, opens coin, let me make sure. Yeah, okay. Opens coins Discord server, opens the game suggestions gallery. Makes post Jason's 95 wonderful Super Mario Maker 2 levels. You were joking about that. I'm on to you. I believe you. If you say you're joking, you're joking. But like, some part of me thinks it's not a joke. See, that's the troll. That's the troll psychology right there. It's a joke until it isn't. It's Schrodinger's troll even. It's a troll until it isn't. It's a troll depending on how you look at it, how you hear it, how you see it. That's the best kind, honestly. It's the troll you're never quite really certain of. That's troll psychology. I know from many years of watching troll level content creators who preview all kinds of trolls. Oh no. That is bad news bears. Really bad news bears. I definitely don't want... I'm gonna die if I don't find a better hiding spot than I currently have. Never mind. Where's the second one? Oh, it's up there on the hill. I need to get on a horse and get out of here. That is not a good place to be. Okay, that's a bit better. Mr. Jason says you're getting very close to the Erd tree. Yep, we're in the region where it's planted, good sir. We're in the region where it is planted. I only need but do a few more. I only need but enter Lanedell itself, and we'll actually be at the foot of the Erd tree, so to speak. Okay, I am. We've got a few more minutes. We've got a few more minutes. I can just kind of sit here a second and take out some peeps. Thank you very much for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well on both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I keep follows quiet, sound-free, and relatively anonymous, so if people want to lurk while they follow, then by all means, you know, I try to welcome that. I try to encourage it, because that is how most traffic on Twitch is these days. What I'm going to do is something a little unprecedented, and I'm going to make exactly one of these concealing aromatics after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Let's see. All the messages look good on the app. Thank you for the assist on assist with the follow earlier, Mr. Jason, and welcome back to you as well, good sir. I trust everyone had a decent commercial break. You know, obviously not being service ads, but doing whatever you can in order to pass that time. Let us kind of begin by this feels like it should be an encampment, but it isn't. That's like an issue already. Is this feels like it should be an encampment, and it just is not. Okay, and then we've got the soldier over here. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir. I saw a follow notification while you were in a battle. I wasn't sure if it was pertaining to the purple, red, or green app. The only follow notifications that are allowed to be visible on the screen when I'm simulcasting is our Twitch ones. I'm allowed other kind of like text follow notices, but they can't be visible on the screen. So if you ever see a follow notification on the screen, good sir, it is definitely for Twitch, just for future reference. It's just how Mr. Dan Clancy has chosen to articulate his stance regarding simulcasting or other things. Very well, good sir. I'm glad that you have. I'm glad we have that emote, among other things. Let me just not stumble into that. I try to make it a point to kill ballista operators so we don't have to worry about them in the future. What was that guy just doing? He just like stood there and took that. I'm sorry, Skyrim NPC moment when? What? The idiosyncrasies of Elden Ring or Elden Ring Reforged. Just when you think NPCs couldn't bug out or just stand there and do nothing, they stand there and do nothing sometimes. This has got to be an encampment up here. It feels like it should be. It's weird that this isn't an encampment so far. I'm just completely awestruck by this particular turn of events. Also, one really nice thing about Blood Moon is that against mad pumpkin heads, you don't even have to worry about hitting them. Just don't lock on. That's the simplest way to fight them as a caster. Just free aim. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad that Skyrim Horse isn't an enemy NPC in this game, good sir. For none of your fire attacks would even go close to as high as it can jump. I know, right? Even Flame of Frenzy or Rain of Fire would... A Rain of Fire might follow it for a good 15 seconds, but... Even so, you've seen how fast Rain of Fire travels. It, even in Reforged, it doesn't keep up with enemies that move super quickly. Oh, and it'll jump over them? Oh, yeah, of course. I'm saying the effective range of how far it will follow can't even keep up with that, even with the 15-second window. And I'm willing to bet it'll be off to the stratosphere after like 5 seconds. But I have a question for you, Mr. Jason. Does the Skyrim Horse jump higher than a Skyrim Giant would moon launch someone. I'm sure you've seen that too, where in Skyrim, due to the way physics work in that game, the giants are very, 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 they're very capable of flinging you up to the moon and back, or it feels like they'd fling you up to the moon and back. Okay, we're gonna do that. There we go. I got the codex entry for that. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason doesn't know, good sir. We did get the Lanedale Knights Codex entry much earlier when we got the Dragon Cultist Prayer book. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason hasn't played or watched Skyrim, as he just knows of Skyrim Horse. Oh, that's a journey and a half. You should find a YouTuber called Gopher. I think that's his name. He's made modding guides for Skyrim, Fallout, the whole works. And he's done Let's Play of Skyrim with mods. You should, and I believe he's from the UK, specifically England. You should definitely check him out. I think you'd like him. I think you'd like him a lot. I believe the dude is, yeah, okay, this is an encampment. The Outer Altus Defenses. Now I know what to call this. There we go. All taken care of. Let's do this. Skyrim is just one of those games I think everyone should either play or watch once. No, gentlemen, that's perfectly okay. You don't need to do this. Okay, that's one. And this should be number 2. Yeah, just give him a touch of madness. Mr. Jason says, when referring to your streams, good sir, the way that I don't get disappointed is that I always mention potentially when talking about it, but moving on to the context of that message. So next week is going to be wonderful, good sir. Mr. Jason can order a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set, and on next Friday, I'm ordering a Chinese meal to celebrate the first anniversary of the Nintendo Switch 2. And between those wonderful days, I have 5 potential wonderful Mr. Coin streams. I'm looking forward to it too, Mr. Jason. I'm looking forward to it too. Let me just get into position to take him out. Yeah, and I look forward to Friday. I really do. I think I'm hoping people like the, you know, we're doing something that has brought the audience together one day a week. And that is to say, you know, I met most of my audience through Nintendo stuff, so it's really not surprising that the largest amount of requests have been for Nintendo related materials. Plus, a lot of autistic people, just on average, tend to like Nintendo games. No one's a monolith, but if I remember all of my heuristics, correctly, just all of my heuristics, all of the data I've read, Nintendo really resonates with a lot of autists. All pretty much most, if not all, the franchises they own that are regular IPs resonate with the audience writ large. So I'm not surprised that's what's happened to me, even if I am one of the autists that don't necessarily like every Nintendo product under the sun. I like a lot of them. I happen to like a lot of them. Star Fox, Metroid, Legend of Zelda. I do like chunks of the Mario franchise. Not every part of it, but I like chunks of it. I watched Sugar Conroy growing up among all of my YouTube models. He does a lot of Nintendo stuff. In fact, it wasn't until Kingdom Hearts that he even like branched out into non-Nintendo related things. So trust me, I know where my audience is. I know where my people are, and I hope you guys enjoy. Because I will too. I hope you guys enjoy Super Mario Odyssey. I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, what is the biggest discounted item that I've ever had? I'd have to think about that for a minute. Mr. Jason was browsing the internet a few years back, and I saw a brand new and sealed copy of Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom King's Edition for $69.99, excluding delivery, and I ordered it. And then I checked it out on Game UK's website with the web archive, and that was £159.99 at launch. So Mr. Jason saved £90. That's awesome. The most discounted item I've had probably comes from a Steam sale. I want to say there was I got some of the Assassin's Creed series. Some of the entries I got for like maybe $10 total. I got it out of a collection that was worth more. In fact, I can even show it off just real quick. Just gotta boot up the library here for a minute. There you guys go. And let me just toggle the overlay. Yep, those are all 10 that I have possession of. Speaking of, I need to do this. There we go. I've got 2, 3, all of the 3s, all the 2s, 3, Brotherhood, and a couple of others. I don't have them all. I don't have Mirage. I don't have 1. I've looked at 1, but 1 is kind of a complete mess on PC. So I have most of them that people would consider having, more or less. Let me tab back over to where I'm supposed to be and toggle the overlay. Mr. Jason says, and then Mr. Jason was browsing eBay, and what do you think that Mr. Jason found, good sir? I'm guessing you found something pretty heavily discounted. That wasn't just Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom. I'm sure it's something else. What was that something else, Mr. Jason? I want to say our Omen Killer is like over here in a cave, if I remember correctly. But before that, very well, Mr. Jason, take your time. Oh, Erdtree, great Erdtree. The Golden Order itself, unwavering, stretch to the sky, confer your guidance to our Elden Lord to put this weary world to rights. Well, that happened. You know what else is happening? Death from above, death incarnate. Oh yeah, we can just wait for them to, you know, burn out from Mesmer Fire. You are also getting death from above. Yeah, pull out your shield, please. Thank you. And then let's keep moving. Altus Plateau is one of the definitive premier spots to farm perfume items. I believe it is the only place you can go to get Altus Bloom. Maybe the DLC will add some new areas where that type of item is possible to find, but in base game, you will only ever find it in you'll only ever find it here in the plateau, and maybe some on Mount Gelmir, because that was once you know, Altus as well. It wasn't always a volcano, but I digress. Yeah, imagine that. Wow. A 3-for-1. And then we probably don't need our power gear right now. Let's check what this is. Great increase. Yep, that's not useful. Let's get our first set on. Because oh, by golly, we need it. There are bears in this area. There are also rune bears in this area. Yeah, you guys thought we were escaping rune bears? No siree, Bob. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're gonna be fighting them all day, and they're only getting chunkier in health. Never easier to fight. Always chunkier. Uh-oh. I better kill that before things get too upsetting. Bye-bye. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You thought we were gonna die to a rune bear at this stage of the game. Trust me, they get worse way later. There's like a really chunky rune bear that if you get hit by them once, it's game over. That is until we hit the deep root depths, and that won't be for a little while yet. But oh my goodness, yeah, rune bears will go back to being Hurdy McHowie much later. But today is not that day. Ow. There has to be a rune piece up here. This is too remote not to have one. Although I guess if it did, it wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be, that would be too straightforward now that I think on it. Yeah, okay, I could see why that would be a problem, actually. Never mind. But this should be, yeah, the Perfumer's Grotto. We want to head in here. The flowers are not, now, the Miranda flower is going to be a non-problem. It's the other stuff. This would be consumables. Yeah, it's going to be the other stuff. Also, this is definitely a DPS check. Do we have enough DPS to kill the Omen Killer before it carves up all of our Spirit Ashes? If we do have the DPS, great. If not, then the rest is going to be a huge problem. Like a really big problem. Nice. I was wondering when we were gonna have, there's a third one though. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. You're back, good. I'm back, good sir. Just went to make a drink for my family. Is it tea, by chance? But yes, what did you find savings on for eBay? Because that is where the discussion was the last time you talked. The last time you chatted, excuse me. Huh, I could have, maybe they already died, is the question. Mr. Jason found a Ni no Kuni Revenant Edition, a Revenant Kingdom King's Edition for £62 and 49 pence. So you found even more savings for a game, is what you're telling me. I did not mean to cast this. That's fine. We'll make this work. Mr. Jason says on a second copy for more than £90 off. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's amazing savings. I believe I got mine with a season pass on Steam for like $60. Or yeah, like $69.99 back when games were $60 and we could actually afford them. And back when I could actually afford it, I take that back. Because I was, is this thing oh no, there's a perfumer healing is what's going on. Unless it's healing itself, that would be extra weird. Mr. Jason says that second one was £97 and 50 pence off. Nice, so almost £100. Yeah, gigantic savings. Absolutely gigantic savings. I hear perfumer. Where is it? Is it like over this way? Can't be. Perfumer's Grotto has a couple ways you can go. There are a couple different passageways you can take. I do remember it. It's the making sure that you end up taking the passageway that affords you the most collectibles and goodies. You want to always you want what's in here. Plus, if you want perfumer items, this is the way to get them. One of the least problematic ways to get them, outside of just literally roaming the fields of Altus, hoping not to bump into an Omen or something crazy like that. Yeah, that's not illusory at all. Okay, so yeah, come in through, take a right. Mr. Jason says, so for £187 and 50 pence, just £27 and 51 pence more than one of Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom King's Edition. I got two of them You got two of them. Yeah, that's amazing savings. One to keep in the containment, and the other for personal use. Ah, delicious. Nothing like a good spot of coffee, while you're doing work. I wonder what the new drink is going to be, because before coffee, right, there was tea. Like, tea was a mainstay for some time, for quite a while. And then coffee beans were discovered, and tea stopped being such a mainstay item. And then, other stuff, I believe, came... it wasn't always after, right? But when coffee and tea were huge staples, people weren't making much else. So I wonder what the new drink is going to be. I wonder what the new commodity item is going to be. Is it going to be like kombucha? Or matcha, perhaps? Or is it going to be something else? I'm just curious. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, at the bottom of my box of banana cold drinking chocolate, I saw a QR code with the text "down to the last drop." Scan to order your next box of chocolate happiness. Yeah, that's how they know that they have your attention. It's like, are you thinking of throwing away that box? Maybe don't. Because it's got a QR code on it so that you can order your next box of chocolatey goodness with every sip. Banana flavored hot chocolate sounds great. Sounds fantastic. This is in a different cave system, if I'm remembering right. We'll see this eventually, but for now, get ready for another withered Estelle, which I'm gonna have to write in here. Oh, let me not kick my foot over my own wires. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason might be buying more banana cold drinking chocolate on Saturday anyway, good sir, but it depends on how expensive Mr. Jason goes on his dinner. Yeah, I suppose it would, wouldn't it? I suppose it would. Now, how the hell is this gonna work? Okay, it works exactly as I would expect. Okay, you can even probably wait that out with Rain of Fire all by itself. I do think this thing is immune to poison, though. I didn't see it taking any mesmer burn damage. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir, I'm meeting a second friend on Saturday. And they have an eccentric lifestyle as well. Heck, nabbit. And Mr. Jason likes to try to outshine them. So you have a Mr. and Mrs. Jones that you compete with as well. Duly noted. Okay, and then the Rain of Fire ought to take care of the rest. Good. Glad that's all sorted. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. People keep up with Mr. Jason. Too true. Too true. People keep up with you. Not How did I get this again? Was it down here? Is that what this was? No. This definitely feels like a... Yeah, you're supposed to use the little thing there to get it. Okay, is this a skippable rune piece? No, but oh my god, that might be a picky ledge, if ever I saw it. Oh, we got the spotted sprouts. I was wondering when that might make an appearance. Now, unlike the Miranda, the Blighted Bloom, where I could talk during that no problem, because that was a regular enemy pitted as a boss. Here we've got a real boss alongside this lovely little flower. You know, everyone's favorite heal impeding flower, the Miranda Bloom. The Blighted Bloom. So I have to focus in order to take this down, but hopefully we shouldn't need to focus that terribly long in order to kill it. Mr. Jason says, and you have to be very crazy with spending to keep up with Mr. Jason, good sir. For you see, someone on YouTube showed off images of everything that they had ordered to do with the Nintendo Switch 2 from the My Nintendo Store UK, and Mr. Jason checked out all the prices on the store, and Mr. Jason's pre-orders were just £3 more. Yeah, that sounds like Mr. Jason, all right. Not necessarily that you spend a lot, just that you do tend to outshine on spending. But that's a very close margin. I'll definitely say that for sure. Let us make sure we've got the right equipment on. And I will see you guys on the other side of this. Okay, what I have learned is that I need to make I need to have them focus something, and maybe also not have those summons be the demi-humans. They got smashed pretty hard for that fight. Mr. Jason says, but my appreciation for Mr. Coin shines the brightest. Thank you, Mr. Jason, as always. Mr. Jason says, I know that Mr. Jason's total spending for Nintendo Switch 2 was £885.91, good sir. So that's a Nintendo Switch 2 and then a Nintendo Switch 2's worth of games and accessories. Yeah, yeah, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Man, even $10 looks like a lot to me right now. It's amazing what not having stable income looks like every year. I guess my only saving grace is I don't make enough to pay taxes. And I'm in a state that goes down very, very low on the amount of money required for taxes. I mean, they basically extract money out of you even if you're in poverty. You have to be destitute for them not to take tax money from you. Which is just nuts. Mr. Jason says, and on the day Mr. Jason panicked a bit, Royal Mail delivered my Nintendo Switch 2 games first and then my console later. But until that later delivery, I was like, how am I supposed to play these? You don't. You look at the pretty box and you wonder what the heck they were doing with the box. It is time for us to run past these enemies or we will be here all day. I'm also thinking I probably want Lutel here as opposed to anyone else. Let's see if I can't get away with this. I might be able to. Yeah, okay, that isn't so bad. That is not a bad run at all. Just gotta, not, do stupid. And, maybe, and maybe also, like, kill the 2 sprouts. And then we should be good to go. Mr. Jason says, in Mario Kart World was as much as a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller, good sir? Yeah, oof indeed. That's expensive for a video game. That is super expensive for a video game. All right, let us make the cursed blood pots, which I know we need. Let's make 6 of them. Probably didn't need to make 6 of them if I'm being honest. One probably would have been sufficient, but I digress. Let's do this again, shall we? See everyone on the other side. Yep, that happened. Oh, okay. I should not be dying to this. It's just getting your footing. It's getting your footing with that particular fight. Like, once you get into the room and you can actually do DPS, it's fine. Maybe this is one of those I need, like, until Lutel is upgraded, maybe I need a I need Hughes in this spot, because Hughes was not an intention. I wanted to upgrade Lutel, but Hughes has served his weight so far. He's really pulled his weight. It's really hard to ignore that, as a matter of fact. Just walk past here. And if you walk and you don't run, then I don't even have to worry about that particular perfumer. Run this way. Jump. All right, let's do this again. Mr. Jason says, I should probably try to do this here. Mr. Jason says, even if I add the delivery onto the first Ni no Kuni to Revenant Kingdoms King's Edition, which brings it up to 72 pounds and 98 pence, that is still a savings of 87 pounds and 1 pence. I was about to say, how did that miss? Thank you. I should not have missed, but whatever. Yeah, that's good savings. It's a good bargain. All right, let's do this again. Right now, I just can't get my footing. Like I'm taking a lot of damage. And I can't seem to time these dodges right. There we go. I think I have found footing here. How? I got tipped there. Okay, I think what I have to actually do is use Latenna and just be a tank. I need to do that. Oof. Yuck. That's pathetic performance. Mr. Jason doesn't know why Mr. Jason discusses savings, good sir. I mean, you're showing off an accomplishment that you've found good bargains. There's nothing wrong with that. Mr. Jason goes on to say, Mr. Jason will only use said savings on other stuff. Like you pull together the savings. That's completely fair. Mr. Jason goes on to say, now good sir, what was the cheapest brand new item that you have ever bought? For me, it was a brand new and sealed copy of Metroid Other M for 1 pence. Ooh, that's a tough one. Brand new and sealed? God, I think it was... That would have had to have been like a DS game, or something along those lines. Yeah, and the DS games were like going for 20 at the time. Never mind when they jumped to 30. Well, I'm talking like 2DS, not 3DS. Back when mobile gaming was affordable. And, you know, I don't shame people for liking Metroid Other M either, Mr. Jason. I truly don't. I'm not one of those that go like, it's not canon. You know, we don't talk about that game. It's a game, it happened, it was made by Team Ninja. You know, the same people that are known for making Neo. You know, a game that people actually like. Hello? Wasn't their finest hour, but it wasn't a... Honestly, the game wasn't that bad. The huge killer was the quick time events. That I 100% could have done without. Had it... And the... They managed to find a way to get pretty close to Phi in terms of Adam Malkovich, among other things. Mr. Jason says, my greatest accomplishment was finding you and Miss Carly. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Then you go on to say, destroying one of those in Redmane Castle was found to be canonical. true. Very canonical. Some might even say, you know, that was quite the fiery battle. Huh?
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, speaking of Metroid, good sir, I don't mind a certain part of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, but as I said before, others' miles may vary. Too true. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's the desert. It's the desert in that game. Sorry, minor spoilers. There is a desert. The desert and the locking of music behind an amiibo is probably the most disgusting part of a Metroid Prime game I have ever seen implemented ever in my entire life. That, I think, kind of just, it put a really bad taste in my mouth. But the game itself looked fine. Oh my god, you spoiled the game for Mr. Jason. Boo, we dislike spoilers around here. My apologies. I did say minor spoilers, but I said it after the fact instead of before saying it. That's an actual oops on my part. Okay. Let's plop out good old Latenna. Nice. I love that. Yeah, that's a really quick, like, rushing slash. Yeah, I just can't. I have to deflect what this dude is doing. I'm not dying. The first 3 deaths were due to like positioning, but I cannot dodge. Maybe my issue is I'm not dodging opposite the slashes. You know, I say this was an easy boss, but I just should have shut up about that. Because I'm paying for that hubris now. Mr. Jason says, I'm joking, of course. Of course. Yeah, I figured you weren't being serious. You would have... That statement would have not been in, distort case or camel case if you had actually... If you were actually serious about that. I figured. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, the temperature is slowly but surely dropping down for the UK. Good sir? Good. Today has been 28 degrees C, which was interesting, but it hangs around 20 degrees C from now and even goes to 19 degrees C sometimes next week. That's good. That's like a return to expected temperature. Yeah, dealing with like heat waves, heat spikes kind of suck. And just stick around the wall. Just stick around the wall. Don't run. Okay, we're good to go here. It's this room that we're gonna have assistants. We're gonna have people that want to know what we're doing at all times. Yeah, I thought the weather forecast, maybe I didn't pay good enough attention to it, but somehow yet again, it managed to rain yesterday. I kind of wonder if that's the Lord weeping for us here in the States. That was kind of a passing thought I had yesterday, but it maybe lasted for half an hour, and then I moved about my business. Mr. Jason says, Saremu was playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on stream last week. Good sir, he was getting so close to the 49 seconds necessary for the Lon Lon Ranch obstacle course, and he kept coming up just short of it, and then I said, just do that again, but better. And he actually got it the next attempt. So that exemplifies that troll level creators are always right. Well, there is certainly the powers of prediction and foresight, anticipation. I wonder if there's like a troll level that like tries to tell your fortune or whatever it is, because that is some next level anticipation. I'll tell you that. I am waiting for the advertising alarm to kick in before I make the attempt, is what's going on.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. That whole thing was muted. Yay. Let me just catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, and then I read Reddit in 46 seconds as possible, but I value my sanity too much to try. Yeah, that 46 seems insane. That requires some glitching for sure. Mr. Jason says, so when is the good sir adding the important information for if people want to achieve true parity? Later, way later. When I go to re-record the advertising, I'm gonna replace the shills with one shill instead of having two different shills. That kind of thing. I'm trying to figure out how I want to best do that. And thank you for the notices for being muted. So, We do take commercial breaks here. I'll try to get the abbreviated version out. In about the next 2 minutes, there will be a timer that reads 3 minutes. That's both how long the ad break will last and how many minutes of ads will be served up to you. So you could use it as a timer for both. I highly recommend you guys take a stretch break because no one wants to look at ads. I certainly don't. When I'm watching streams, I know you don't want to either. But don't let me be the arbiter of how of how you spend your time. Spend it however you want, because once those 3 minutes are up and over, the ads should have stopped playing. I will have returned to my seat because I will also be taking a stretch break during that time. And then, we can get back to business as usual. And I hope by business as usual, that's like the last attempt that we're going to have to worry about. Of the Omen Killer and the Miranda Blossom, or Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Yeah, that's kind of stinky. I don't like that we've taken 4 deaths to an easy boss. Maybe the correct answer is I don't summon or even I don't summon at all, and I just deal with the Omen Killer in some other way by myself without NPC taunts. I don't know. I do not know yet. But what I am going to do is we're not going to move forward another step until after the commercial break. I'm excited for tomorrow. Not that I'm not excited to do this, but this is a good showcase of, sometimes stuff is just boring. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that. I am back. I was just troubleshooting something over on the computer side. So my apologies for that. Hopefully we all have had a wonderful commercial break. But now it is time for us to hopefully get this boss down this time. Let's see if I can make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you as well. Yeah, it's way not far enough. I dislike this very, very heavily. Just kill, just kill, just kill. Don't worry about it. Just kill, just kill. Run. Oh, also she died to poison. Okay. Or some other damage. And I'm dead as well. Deck nabbit. Mr. Jason says, while you were away, I have done you a little head start in your new shill message. You can tweak it to how you want it, but I quite like it, and I even got it to 500 of 500 characters. And too good, sir, and I'm quite proud. Mr. Jason says, welcome to Coinstamp's channel. What you've seen or heard today convinced you that this is a good channel for you. We would highly recommend that you electrify your algorithm by following on the purple app and subscribing on the red app. Well, this is an additional extra that costs money, unlike the above options. We want to inform you that you can achieve the truest parity if you were to subscribe to the purple app. Don't forget to also join the Discord server for more of the coinversation. I appreciate that. I'll take a snippet of that. I'll likely incorporate some of that into the into what I'm recording. I've got a plan. Also, I have to include Kick. That's like something else. I realize Kick is like the stepchild, but it is no less important that I include it. Why am I having issues? I am wanting to make more of these, is what's going on. Mr. Jason says, I added 3 coin words into that as well. Did you spot all 3? Let me see if I can't find them. Convinced. See, my brain automatically rewrote them to be the correct word. Convinced that this is a good channel for you. I know about the conversation. I've spotted 2. And I guess unless my username is the 3rd one, yeah, I count 2. That's totally fine for the record. Let me, I'm gonna take a good old snippingtons of that. just make sure this is the correct scroll. Of course, it would help if I weren't doing this left-handed. Of course not. Of course not. Right there. Right there. Before the chat moves again. Thank you very much for your assistance on that, Mr. Jason. You definitely did not have to. Like, at all. But your assistance is much appreciated. Okay, I've saved that and can rename it later. All right. The issue is I just can't seem to... It's a skissue. This isn't even like I'm employing a bad strategy. It's literal skissue. Like, I literally cannot seem to dodge the attack right. So I get the feeling I need to just deflect rather than do anything else. And also, I apologize if there is a lawnmower in everyone's ear. I do apologize if people hear that. My neighbor has taken to mowing the lawn at this exact time. It's kind of unpredictable. Sometimes we'll go 2 weeks before I hear it, and sometimes it's every like 4 days. I guess, you know, if it's winter, then, well, I guess that would explain the discrepancy, but still. Let's try this again with 100% less screw-ups. Too late. On. One, two, three, drink. Okay, got him, got him. All right. This should be smooth sailing now. Wow, that is a disgusting performance. Thanks for the GGs, but and you know, people are right to feel cheers on that, but I can't help but feel disgusted about that, honestly. Mr. Jason says, no matter what you do, I'm looking forward to when you reveal the new shill message, good sir. I know that it will have the established coin words at the very least. I'll try. I'll definitely try. I might even have to get my, you know, my folks or my sibling involved in all that. Mr. Jason has improved the shill. Now 3 coin words. Welcome to CoinStamp's channel. If the coin tent that you see today has convinced you, I might find a different word there. I think 2 is a good fit. Anything more might be a little bit stretching it, honestly. Also, we need to advance the split. Let's do that. Yeah, that was just gross. That was extremely gross. Not the message, but the split. If the coin tent that you see today has convinced you that this is a good channel for you, we shall highly recommend you to electrify the algorithm by following on the purple app and subscribing on the red app. While this next part is an additional extra that costs money, unlike the above options, we want to inform you that you can achieve the truest parity if you were to subscribe to the purple app. Don't forget to also join the Discord server for more of the conversation. I do like some of this. I will incorporate some of it into the shill, but not every sentence will make it in, and nor will the shill even contain some of the same forms. That kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, when you go live, I cannot contain my excitement. Mr. Jason, thank you. I much appreciate it. That's a bit cheesy, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Actually, we're headed right over to a boss is what's going on. We might as well stay right here. So if you guys thought that boss was like, surely Coin could do it without having issues, you guys are about to see that this next one is going to be much more problematic, mainly because boss duos are always problematic. Mr. Jason says, yes, good sir. You do what you feel works, but I'm just happy that I'm the curator of the coin tent word. Yeah. Like, you'll always have that. You'll always have that, good sir. Want to make sure we've got plenty of space. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't be bumping into these 2 things. That definitely shouldn't be a thing that's happening right now. All right. Mr. Jason says, Coin was so excited he walked off a cliff. Yeah, I really just wanted to fall to entertain the audience.
Sure, Jan.
That's totally what Coin is thinking right now. Well, if you guys wanted to see a more difficult boss fight, here you go. Not too much more to say than that. I will see you guys on the other side of this, because this one's a complete doozy. That is for sure. Sure, if you guys want to come in here and I'm sorry, what? Rain of Fire should not be prompting deflex right now. I'm almost positive this is not intentional. Okay, now I can actually get in here and fight them properly. Bye-bye. Yeah, that definitely felt like cheating. That definitely felt like cheating. 1000% cheating. But take what you can get, I suppose. I believe we have found... Yeah, so believe it or not, if you guys will recall the Black Knife Assassin we fought earlier, you are sort of meant to get this torch, then come back there to that cave, and then kill them, because you will be able to see them. Which is fantastic, but I digress. Let me catch up on messages here, and then we can move forward. Mr. Jason says, I do agree, though, Cointent and Coinvinced are too close and a little bit stretchy. Cointent is fine. Coinvinced, you know, a bit much. Either way, I'm perfectly cointent with the Cointent. Hardy har har. Hardy har har. Okay, well, we have achieved liftoff, but what we need to do now, of course, is to like walk around the other sections of like Altus Plateau here, and make sure, and specifically these huge stairs here, and make sure we have all of the stuff we need. All of it. Let me also get rid of this, because we no longer need that for the time being. We want... Where is she? Lutel. There you go. Mr. Jason says, I'm surprised that boss is supposed to be difficult, good sir. They just seemed like a sentry level boss. That's true. Honestly, it was the way in which I could interact with them. If here's my thinking. Honestly, I would be okay if I had to fight them legitimately, like walk up the stairs, like turn the stairs into an actual encampment and close off the sides, so that you couldn't get there any other way. And then presto, you've got gated progression just by adding two bits of railing, one for each side of the stairs. That's what I would do, because I think I do feel cheap having done it that way. But I do need to like actually mark this. Now where did... I'm trying to think. I think this would be the Crystallian duo here. Mr. Jason says, also good, sir, with where you stood, even if it felt like cheese, Mr. Jason still firmly believes in if it's in the game, it's fair game. Too true. I think a lot of people would say that. I'm probably about the only person that would feel filthy for having employed a strategy like that. Because you're right, it is in the game. And clearly, if Kernifer didn't like it being that way, they would have thought about that and patched it, right? They would have, you know, made an edit like the one I described or something similar. But I do want to caution people against that argument just a little bit, because I want people to understand that Elden Ring is a huge game. It is a huge game. Like, gigantic. A gigantic game. Elden Ring kind of puts Skyrim to shame on some days. Like, if you don't bother to like get absolutely every side quest in Skyrim, you can actually complete it pretty quickly if you want to. Even with the grinding, it really does not take long to find an effective build that you can use for the purposes of the game. It really does not. So I guess what I'm trying to say by pointing out the game's size is that stuff like that, like what I just described, can go so far beyond consideration because you're worried about changing bigger things and not necessarily just progression, right? Like, I couldn't imagine trying to balance this game that way. Like, I wouldn't say I've never thought about this, but it would have taken more than a couple instances of seeing. It would have taken more than a couple of times seeing those two and going, oh wait, yeah, it feels really easy to get to them, and then just, unless their horses jump beyond the bounds, which is very not likely, they can get up to the battlement staircases, but they cannot actually, or would these be parapets? I think these would be parapets. They can get up to the parapets, but they can't actually get to the forest beyond the parapet. So you can just stand there and hit them with something passive like Rain of Fire over and over. And like we were saying before, while I believe it's fair, and I think you do too, based on your previous sentiment or statement, Kernifer is a huge anti-cheese guy. He does not like cheese in these games at all. Like everything has been finely curated. For example, one popular strategy among casters in the early game was to come over to the Street of Sages Ruins and pick up the meteorite staff pretty early, and then you would have an early game staff that scaled really well into the mid game, and you could take it basically up until beyond Altus Plateau here. It was that good, and you could bum rush it pretty quickly. While the staff is still there, the way that the staff scales and what it does is completely different. It no longer helps you out in quite the same way. I guess what I'm trying to say is Kernifer himself would not allow such a cheese if he knew it existed, or if he paid it more attention. That's kind of why I feel filthy. That is a cerulean one which I do not believe I have the codex for. Yeah, I thought I would have missed out on that. There we go. All right. Let's keep on keeping on, I suppose. Hopefully we won't have... This feels like a place where you'd want to hide a second rune piece. Mr. Jason says, I agree. Just jump over every obstacle with Skyrim Horse. You can easily mod Torrent to do the same thing. I've seen people give him Spirit Spring jumps, and not like the tiny little Spirit Springs. I'm talking like the one... I'm trying to think of a good one. Like the one outside the cliffs here. That's a pretty tall Spirit Spring jump. Kind of like here. Yeah, something that size. You can also code the player to give the... You can code players to have the same double jumps as well. That's something you can do. It's kind of nuts, actually. The stuff that you're capable of. Mr. Jason says the Elden Ring mods seem really good. I did not mean to block there. But Mr. Coin already has the best mods, and he didn't even need to install them. Too true. Happened completely by random as well. Completely by random chance. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason, and I agree. I have the best mods that, you know, free can ask for. Never mind money, but actually just straight free. You'll never catch me complaining about that, ever. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Anything up here? Yeah, I thought there might be giant ballistae up here. I thought that might be a thing that would occur. I'm amazed this is not an encampment because it's such a huge place. But I guess it's not. That's wild to me. That is absolutely crazy to me. But what can I say? Sometimes places are just allowed to be huge. Huge place. You guys are gonna love Miquella's Halig Tree when we get there, actually, for the same reasons. Because even though there are a lot of confined spaces inside of Miquella's Halig Tree, and Elfale, Brace of the Halig Tree, like, climbing up giant trees is cool, number one. Number two, perhaps even more importantly, the Halig Tree is a huge tree. It is a huge tree. I would argue it's almost as big as the Erd Tree. Mr. Jason says that is similar to what happened with Mr. Jason with the really amazing Mango Misu as well, good sir. I usually frequent the Animal Crossing New Horizons category on Twitch, as you know, good sir. So for me to find Mango Misu out of all the streamers here and in the Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu EV category that I've probably only clicked that once, I don't even what to think of what had to align for that to work out. I mean, if I had kept to non-Nintendo products, you would have never seen me. I'll just say it straight up. If I had been challenge running much earlier, we would never have crossed paths. Even if I had never played Breath of the Wild, we would have never crossed paths. Not because you met me in Breath of the Wild, but because that started the, playing through Tears of the Kingdom. I wouldn't have met Lucas Soccer or Mr. NK Plays. I wouldn't have met Axel or Sizzling Seal, I wouldn't have met anyone. I'd still be streaming to like Rasby and maybe a couple of others. Mr. Jason says fate works in interesting ways, and I'm glad that I'm glad that it is aligned that way. There we go. That took forever to get out of my mouth. I'm glad that has aligned that way. Okay, there we go. It's like it felt a little bit stilted, but I figured it out. Okay, let me find us. There's a split I want to do here, or make an attempt at here. I think I know why I put it here, but I've already gone off map a couple of times, and it would be a lot better if I did what was nearby. So I'm gonna move this up a bunch, because this is still technically part of Altus Plateau. It's just, it's not marked. This would be right here. Mr. Jason says, I do always wonder what would have had to align for me to have found Mango Misu, though, good sir. I mean, do you just... I can't imagine that her numbers were that high. Like, she probably wasn't streaming to that many people. So that means you would have had to scroll to find her, or you would have found her through an acquaintance. But based on your story that you already mentioned, that's not even possible. So you would have had to scroll to find someone that looked interesting. That someone happened to be Mango Misu, and then it went from there. Yeah, lots of things had to line up correctly in order for you to have met her. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the Stell. That's what I'm doing here. Mr. Jason says, and now I'm an honored lead moderator. And I'm sure Mango Misu appreciates that. As do I, for the record. As do I. Yeah, it's like, it's on that weird border area where it's technically in the Lanedell region, but I'm considering it an honorary member of Altus Plateau. I did not mean to do that. That is an oof and a half. Mr. Jason says you're grabbing the Stell, good sir. Truly stellar gameplay. Hardy har. Unfortunately, I do have to correct that spelling a little bit. Stell, that the way that's being that you're using it is S-T-E-L-L-E, Stell, which is like an old like monograph or like carving. Typically on stone, but not always on stone. You can have wooden Stells as well. Most people use engravings. That's the word they usually use when they want to talk about a Stell, among other things. Mr. Jason says, truly stellar gameplay. All right, that one's crunchy. It's good. It's good even after the correction, but it's crunchy. But you're right. I'm thankful for that. Truly. I gotta be careful. Gravitational. They're chucking gravity rocks that home in. That can't be the only three. That cannot be the only three at all. Yeah, I only see three. You guys want to see one of my favorite bosses in the game? You got the baby version earlier, but we're gonna get the full-grown one now. Full-grown one is a different can of worms. It is. This thing is cute. It's cute. It's cute in a really kind of cool, stellar way. You know, pardon the pun. Trust me, this site is worth it to see just once. See you guys on the other side. Nice. Hits harder than the baby for sure, but truly not bad at all. Now, I want you guys to answer an honest question, and of course, please, no one is compelled to answer it. But does anyone else think the falling star beast is cute? I do. As I've already said, he's a cutie patootie. There's a mod that installs a skin on top of Torrent that looks just like it. I love the falling star beasts. They're cool and cute at the same time. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I have several folders on Discord, good sir. From top to bottom, I have Discords that I created. Yeah, I've started putting my servers in folders too. It's a good invention. That includes Jen's, Bubble Bubs, and Ale's best friends, or an Ale's Discord. Best friends, which include Jamie, Carly, and Coin. Good friends, which include most of your friends. People that I mod for. Troll Castle Legends, and then Discords I am unsure of. Yeah, mine's a little bit more, content-centric. That is to say, I've split mine up into, like, I have some that are not in folders. Those are Discords that I look at every day. Then I have, all the TCC, community servers. Those are in their own group. I have all of the project servers that I'm part of. Those are servers that are typically have the games that I work on. So like I'm part of a server for Outward. I'm part of a server for Elden Ring Reforged. I'm part of a server for if I find one for Super Mario Odyssey, I maybe might join that one, just in case I need something. But stuff like that, like concurrent projects. Then I have community servers I don't visit that often, followed by projects that I've either taken a break from or that are on hiatus any Discord servers related to those. Then I have like a few different subgroups for miscellaneous folder or for miscellaneous Discords. One's for old communities, one's for games that I play that have mods, and a couple that are just more obscure. It's truly something else. I didn't think I would put stuff like that in Discord folders, but here we are. Mr. Jason says, the Discord that I am unsure of folder is literally just one. I don't really visit it that often as I'm very busy in the TCC and I'm not a mod in that channel. Of course. Despite the fact, Mr. Jason goes on to say, that the folder is called Discords that I am unsure of, good sir, I'd have to admit that the streamer, Nix Yumato VT, whose Discord is in there, was followed by me long before I envisioned the TCC and started only joining Discords of people that I mod for. Have you ever, when was the last time you paid that Discord a visit out of sheer curiosity? I'm trying to think of servers I haven't visited in a while. The Ob10 server comes to mind. I still shill it out every so often, but I haven't visited in a while. Just I haven't felt the need. My stuff often takes me away from the interests of Ob10 anyway. But there are a bunch of good and cool chaps in there. They're how I got my start streaming. I was part of the streaming program that they had back then. If I hadn't joined, if I hadn't found someone on Twitch that was part of Ob10 that day, I probably wouldn't have streamed at all. And that was over a decade ago. I miss old Mibu. I wonder how he's doing. Mibu was a content creator in the UK. He had a friend named Phoenix, or sometimes would go by Noise. They were both in the UK. I literally got along along with them well enough that when he raided a man by the name of Pyrotech on Twitch, and that's where that's kind of when I heard about the modding community, or that particular community, I joined. I was a young college chap back then. Like, I hadn't even gone to the technical, or not, no, I went to the technical college. This would have been before I went to the community college, with the branch campus. This would have been before that. Mr. Jason says I don't get time to visit Discord. That's true. Yeah, I understood that. That is why I said the last time you visited it, but I think what your sentence is telling me is it's been so long I don't remember, right? That's what the I don't get time to visit Discord statement is for. Very well. Yeah, I kind of thought that would be the case, actually. I'm glad my prediction, or I'm glad my social cues were spot on for that. And this is coming from someone whose social cues are typically offset by like a meter or two. I wonder, do you have anything new to say, Mr. Bach? No, you do not. Very well. Mr. Jason says the TCC is a pretty much full-time commitment. Makes sense. But you like it? It is fulfilling? I agree. I'm glad it's fulfilling for you. My Discord doesn't keep me busy that much, but with Super Mario Odyssey, I'm gonna be making content a little bit more. That is to say, I'm gonna be making thumbnails a bit more, and that of course means I'm gonna be spending that much less time on other Discords or other activities that other activities, side activities I engage in. Ugh. But it is time I you know, de-rust the thumbnail making skills, and Odyssey's a good way to do that. At least while I'm having trouble with Outward anyway. Okay, there's gotta be more encampments this way. Mr. Jason says you can always post that you're live on the TCC when you play Super Mario Odyssey as well. I'll probably catch some overlap from the community there. Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. I actually have a request pending that I want to discuss later with you in DMs, if that's all right, Mr. Jason, Executive Chair. I think there's an encampment where this omen is. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. If people are like, why the heck are you killing random goons on the road? I do not think this is a random goon, is what I'm getting at here. Mr. Jason says, of course, send away. Although if it pertains to the TCC, it might be more ideal to ask in a TCC area. Sure. I'll have to do a think about where that might be best to send. Maybe I might even do that over a commercial break that'll be coming up in 7 minutes. Mr. Jason says, I know that you like record keeping like I do. I do. Got multiple different means of records. Yeah, sure. Executive Lounge sounds just fine. Absolutely. There we go. All done there. Yeah, we're approaching some late game power. This is kind of what you want to be doing, is maxing the stats. Mr. Jason says, when Miss Carly got president, I remember that she said that she was genuinely shocked at just how many areas suddenly appeared in the TCC, and now Coin is president. Yeah, maybe someday we can get a proper board again. I don't know. I just think we're in the throes of history where lots of stuff internet related is shutting down in one manner or another, for various reasons. Usually it is did this company do something foul? Well, they're not getting my attention anymore.
Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Huh, okay. I guess it's at 2:55 then. So we do take commercial breaks around here. That was the 5-minute warning for one. Before I explain the rest, I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for hanging out with me today so incredibly much. I really appreciate the company, as always. And speaking of, appreciating everyone's company, it is time to explain that all-important ad break. We do take those at the top of every hour, so in about 4 minutes from now, the next one will be, popping up. And during that time, there will be a timer that appears just to the left of my webcam. It'll read for 3 minutes. That's how long the ad break lasts and how many minutes of ads are serviced. I highly recommend that you guys take a stretch break during that and not watch those ads, but that's personally me. You know, just leave the tab up and running, but step away from your screen, take a nice stretch. I'm going to be doing the same thing during that time. Spend the time however you wish, though, because once those 3 minutes are up, you know, the ads will have finished. I will have returned to my desk, and I will, you know, we can pick right back up where we left off. Won't that be fantastic? Mr. Jason says, also good sir, when you begin Super Mario Odyssey, you'll be eligible to gain the Super Mario Odyssey player role in the TCC. What? I'm sorry, what? What happened? Wait, what? What died? What? Mr. Jason says, also good sir, the reason why I added special roles some limited time is because despite how much that it is disliked even by myself, companies do have their FOMO things. Yeah, that is something else that I probably should talk about, is that that can also be done in like the executive lounge area. I do think we're probably a server that can have like Nintendo related sub things going on. It just can't be more than like a role or something. We're trying to like downsize roles, right? So limited run roles or like badges are not really where we want to be in terms of downsizing things. Heck, we could talk more about that in the executive lounge. I don't want to have a board level discussion out here, but that's kind of where my headspace is regarding that. I would like to make that sort of thing a bit less FOMO. I don't know how I would do it, but I know that is a goal. Just slightly less corporate stuff is what I'll say in that regard. Okay, then what's this way then? If anyone is wondering what I'm doing, I am looking for I'm looking for rune pieces is what I'm doing. On our way to the Crystallian duo, which it's not here because this is the little tunnel you take to get to Godefroy. I think it's something else. Also, we definitely should have spotted Corrin by now. That should have been a thing that already happened. I think you can still meet him if you skip this step, but oh no, I think you need to actually see that first. But we'll continue after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. I hope we all enjoyed our commercial break, or enjoyed the time of the commercial break, I should say. Thank you for welcoming me back, Mr. Jason, and welcome back to you as well. Let's catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, that is not really a FOMO thing, good sir. Anyone who plays Super Mario Odyssey on stream gets that role, and it is available for the lifetime of the server. Of course. Okay. Now, we do have a very small select amount of actual FOMO roles, though, I must admit. For example, a Legacy member, only given to people who joined prior to 2022. Understood. Roles such as 50th verified streamer and 200th client are one and done. It will remain as long as said person remains. Of course. Yeah, I get stuff like that. We just, like I said, we don't want too many of those. Otherwise, we'll be back up to 250 in no time. Mr. Jason says, while you were away, I took a look at roles and managed to downsize to as much as I want to do as the executive chair, from 187 to 167. Ah, good. I'm definitely glad that that has occurred. I trust those were roles you were willing to part with. Mr. Jason, while I have you here real quick, would you mind doing me a favor as a moderator? Would you be willing to test the new shoutout command? It should be !SO, but you need to add the target. I'd like you to shout out. Let me just do one real quick. Yeah, let me find someone that's live. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, sure. We can use him. I'll type his name into the chat. Oh, what the heck? Wow. Yeah, it should be !SO and then followed by the name. Yeah, I wasn't gonna make you try to spell that out or anything. Oh, also you don't want to, well, the overlay is covering it. That's definitely part of it. Okay, let me, now that I'm seeing it, let me fix that before I forget too much. Let's shift that over to like the dead center of the screen, something like that. Mr. Jason says, but I do have some, oops, sorry, I'm forgetting this. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad you opted to type his name. As I was going to say, I will shout out as long as I know how to spell that streamer's name. Yeah, I figured as much. What unfortunate news do we have, good sir? I hope it is not brave news, let's say. That would be way worse. Mr. Jason says, with what I said above, the part I managed to downsize to as much as I want to do as the executive chair means we could discuss removing other roles, but I'll probably decline. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I wasn't even expecting any roles to be removed. I figured all of that was gonna pen to discussion, but 20 is good. 20 is good. lots of roles are probably historical, or they're part of like bots or stuff like that, which I probably need to update the role table now that you've made all those adjustments. That can happen after today's stream, regarding the things I want to discuss anyway. I'll just like update a few things on the TCC side while we discuss that. And it's good. That discussion will probably be one of those extended conversations where by the time I probably get ready to have it, you will likely be in bed, good sir. So, I'm definitely not expecting you to reply at like 9 or 10 at night for you. That's ridiculous. No one wants to do that.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Head, shoulders, fingers, toes. Sorry, I just had to do it. She said fingers twice. Okay.
Bless you. To the east, ruins of gold. To the west, the serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse, the curse of Queen Marika.
Well, that was a conversation that took place. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir, I just thought to save you wasting some effort by informing you that you would have to hit a really high threshold to convince me of removing further roles. Understood. Oh, hello, Mr. Merchant.
Oh, dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Yes, I am actually, because this guy has some stone sword keys that we so desperately need. More than anything else, perhaps. Mr. Jason says, I always look forward to our conversations. Yeah, I figured that's what that word said. I'm usually pretty good about reading a sentence how it's supposed to have been read. But thank you for the corrections nonetheless. We're gonna go ahead and sell off, though that might have been some too many, but we'll see. Mr. Jason says, and as long as I have you, Miss Carly, and a myriad of other people, even if everyone left the TCC, we can build back and better. Yeah, better. Do some new things with it, maybe even. Stuff of that nature, but yeah, I don't foresee the TCC going anywhere. It's currently stagnant at the moment, is what I would say. That's not a good or bad thing. I'm merely describing, like, we are seeing people come and go, but we are kind of seeing slightly more people go than come, so that is the definition of a stagnant server, where like the equilibrium of movement is almost zero.
Share them with me.
And unfortunately, I don't really foresee things getting better. And it's not anything on our part. I don't think, honestly, we could advertise more, but it's the nature. I would say a lot of our current issues are geopolitically out of our control. That is to say, because of the actions of the haves, all of us have not are kind of losing out on a lot of things. Mr. Jason says, I may have talked about this to you previously, good sir, but the TCC is the only thing that I've made over my lifetime where it hasn't died. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not. It's not dead. Whereas even if the TCC looks dead or stagnant, it, unlike the other projects, doesn't actually die. All the TCC really needs is me, you, and Miss Carly. I hear you. I agree. It can never truly die as long as we're all around. It's just making sure we, you know, face facts rather than bury our heads in the sand. You know, call things, like, don't live in denial. Call things what they actually are. We deal with that enough from our politicians and corporations and other people who seek to lie to us. We shouldn't be lying to ourselves. We could just do it politely, you know, do it without bashing down. Mr. Jason says you have to be in Egypt to live in denial. That is crunchy, but it is so good. I could not see that coming. Even. Yeah, do this. Step into my office. Bye-bye. Okay, so I realize that I'm kind of like heading down into the darkness. I promise you it's for a good reason. We gotta make our way to this cave over here, which is going to have our crystallians in it. Can't really move forward until we do that. Also, we can't reach Wormface until we do this. Not because we couldn't deviate to Wormface, but it's about storied glintstone amulet. That is new. I have never seen that before. Successive attacks restore FP. But don't we kind of already have that? I don't think spellcasts count either. I'm 100% not sure about that. Worth trying. We'll cast like a spell and see what our FP regen is like. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I was actually the site manager of a proper functioning eBay-like website for Animal Crossing New Leaf named AC Bay. Well, I am learning more Mr. Jason lore. And how was that? Oh my god, I just about stumbled into that. Look at that ghastly thing. Hold on, we gotta get the telescope out for this one. I want you guys to see the horror that is. Well, you guys are gonna get to see it as it attacks, actually. Never mind. Was pretty good, that's good. Okay, so worm faces spew Deathblight, which, as a reminder to those that have not seen Deathblight before, if you get killed with Deathblight, or by Deathblight, you die, obviously. It's in the name. You lose all your runes, all of them, and your death mark is purged, so that you can't get those runes back at all. So be very careful around Wormface. Worm faces plural. They're not hard to dodge. They're just big, and the camera doesn't accommodate them super well. It's a bit better in Reforged than anywhere else. But even so, Deathblight Deathblight used to just kill you in base game. It's worse here. It's one of the more infamous changes that Reforged makes to Deathblight. So if you don't like that, I totally get it. Some people, that was enough to drive people out. Very sadly, very unfortunately. Mr. Jason says you could bid in bells. Ah, I see. Also, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason lore is pretty few and far between. I don't share it too often. I think I remember my sibling talking about such a site at one point. Back when my sibling was regularly playing New Horizons. I remember them just, maybe not eBay, but I remember a similar site. I might be thinking of an eBay site, though. Goodness knows if I can remember, but... Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the soldiers across the gap kind of detected me. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I do not want that to happen. Okay, it's fine. We'll figure out how to make this work. Mr. Jason says Nukazon. I think that might be the site in question. It's been a while. I do not have a clear memory. But that might be it. Yeah, this was years ago. This was way before you and I crossed paths. Like at least 4, I think. Really? All right, I'm lucky that I guess at least nothing bad happened. Thank goodness. I'll take what I can get, I guess. Mr. Jason says, I cannot imagine my life without the Mr. Coin anymore. I'm laughing, but I'm flattered. I appreciate that. I'm also kind of finding it hard to imagine life without you, Mr. Jason. You've been such a constant fixture in it for almost a year now. Maybe for the first couple of months, I could easily see it, but it's really hard to imagine it now. Fate works in interesting ways, as I believe you've already said, to reuse a quote there. I did not mean to go this way, but we can go this way. It's fine. Mr. Jason says, it feels like we've known each other for years, but it's been less than a year. Yeah, exactly. When you hit it off with someone, sometimes you can really hit it off. I kind of feel that way between the two of us. That's a good thing. I am very much a person that I hold up a lot of guardrails around people for obvious reasons. I've had people lie to me a lot. Like a lot. Not a little, but like not even just lies, but actual gaslighting. Actual honest gaslighting. So because of that, I tend just not to trust people. And it's less personal now than it ever was, 10 years ago, but I'm so used to people lying to me that I always look for it. I look for the ulterior motive. I'm like, I know you're doing this for a different reason that maybe has nothing to do with me. I'd rather hear what that reason is so I can operate with the necessary amount of clinical detachment. Adopting a lot of an I don't care attitude. I'll do what I have to do to make things work. I'm not bristly. I remain cordial, but I keep people at a distance. It's just good business to do that. But even so, it's nice to not have quite so many of those guardrails up around people. Mr. Jason says, I also hold up a lot of guardrails as well. Good sir, well then I guess we're kindred spirits in that. Mr. Jason says, and one very important factor about Mr. Jason, good sir, is that I talk about a lot of things, but I have actually not talked about a lot of things. Yeah, there's so much you don't say. And I respect that you also still keep me at a distance, good sir. An entire ocean. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. It's not by choice. I mean, okay. I feel I need to say this because I catch flack for it all the time when I don't. You know, when I tell people about the things I've said on camera. Look, I was born in the United States, and I'm kind of like shifting the subject matter a little bit. I love my country. Even though it has been a clear warmonger for most of its lifespan, I still love it. It is a misguided child. It needs to be corrected. The path needs to be corrected. It wasn't like we were, you know, just taught greed as the #1 rule. You know, like most nations, we're taught a lot of values. We're taught to love, to be compassionate, to pursue the things we want to do with, you know, with a passion rivaled by that of 1,000 suns. We're told, you know, stand up for the little man, allow people to be free to make their own decisions, even if they're bad ones. You know, at least let them make the decision, let them be sovereign. If people are being unjustly attacked, we come to defend them. You know, again, we try to hold compassion. Bring us you're tired, you're poor, and you know, let us break bread with them. The whole reason why we were even gifted the Statue of Liberty in the first place by the French, both to commemorate a long-standing friendship, and to commemorate what the United States was supposed to be all about. Even though I'm kind of not in the American court now, I still love my country. I want to see it to do well and to do good for others. It's not really doing that right now. And a large part of that is not everyone voted in the MAGA camp of wanting to hurt another person. Some of us voted, and by us, I'm excluding myself there, voted for our current administration because, you know, we wanted cheaper food. We were tired of paying exorbitantly high prices for things. Some of us, I knew better, but some of the people around me thought, well, you know, Trump is a business mogul. He's been in real estate. That's a large part of his businesses. They thought, without doing much research, I might add, you know, maybe he'll fix the economy and make us pay a lot less for things. But that just turned out not to be true. And I wish I could tell the people from MAGA that I do associate with that, you know, where is your cheap gas now? Where is your cheap gas, your cheap transportation? Where is your medicine? Where are the things that you pay little for that are supposed to be good quality? They're not there. They're gone. Mr. Jason says, is there anything that is truly American, good sir? Lots of things, but maybe not things that people would say are uniquely only American. A lot of our society is derivative. It comes from, some parts of it are French, some parts of it are Dutch, some parts of it are German, some parts of it are from good old England. In fact, a large part of our culture was English. We just didn't keep the spelling or mannerisms, but so definitely some old attitudes were like left over. Mr. Jason says, I'm aware that the Statue of Liberty was a gift made from a gift that France made, and the United States of American national anthem was keyed to the tune of an English drinking song. I actually didn't know that. To Anacreon in Heaven, or the Anacreonic Song, composed in 1775 by John Stafford Smith. This lively 18th century tune was the official anthem of the Anacreonic Society. Let me make sure I'm saying that word right. A popular London gentlemen's club that celebrated music, wit, wine, and women. Because of the song's wide vocal range that was meant for jovial pub-style choruses, it might surprise you to know this British tavern song became the melody for the United States national anthem. You'd have to ask Francis Scott Key that. You know, maybe he was an Englishman, that maybe his family was English, and so that was like a common song that they just kind of knew. I don't know. I know that Francis Scott Key penned it while the British forces from the monarchy were raining hellfire down on us with their cannons and such. I know at least that much. We're all taught that as Americans, and this is coming from someone who did not take geography all that seriously. I participated in class. I did the best that I could, of course. But geography was not my strong suit. I didn't think it was that important at the time. But even so, I actually genuinely didn't know that. I'm thinking it probably was just a common tune or a common set of rhythms that Francis Key carried in his head. That explanation would make the most sense to me. Mr. Jason says it is almost. Uh-oh. I hear something. Mr. Jason says it is almost that time of the day, good sir. I should probably remove all the stuff off of my bed so I can actually sleep. Yes, I thought that might happen. Yeah, go ahead and do that, Mr. Jason. That'll, yeah, being able to sleep on a bed without having to worry about items like that is good for you. I think the longest I've ever spent time sleeping on a bed with stuff on it like that was maybe a whole week, and those were clothes. I don't like putting away clothes. I hate that. It's something I always have issues with. I always have had issues with it. I keep my clothes in a basket, and I don't think about it too much. I gotta just wait here. Mr. Jason says, I cannot currently find room for all the stuff that I have. I have to, unfortunately, move things from my computer desk and chair to my bed in the day and then move them back at night. I'm trying to find a more permanent home for stuff. Yeah, that sounds kind of stinky. Really? Oh, he must have followed that up with an attack. Okay, that's fine. Well, I imagine that's part of what you're doing, you know, when you move things, is that you're thinking about where you'd like to put it. I don't suppose you have a shed. I don't suppose you can put things in a shed. I know we had discussed that at some point. Okay, that was really bad. I died for basically no reason there. Mr. Jason says we have a few sheds. That is the incorrect mark. It's this one. Yeah, that was just stupid on my part. Mr. Jason says, and 4. Yes, 4 fridges. I don't know why. You guys must keep a pretty stocked larder if you've got that many. A lot of cold. Does everything just go in the refrigerator, or do you guys have pantries? I'm utterly bedazzled by this. Mr. Jason says my mom just had a load of fridges. Makes sense. And if the fridges work, why throw them out? Now that makes lots of sense to me. Yeah, the most I could say is I have like a mini fridge in my office, but we got one fridge and it's got a freezer component in it. But I cast a rain of fire. I'm not sure. Don't stop cracking that. That's unfortunate. Mr. Jason says, is your fridge running, good sir? If yes, you should probably go and catch it. Too true. Yeah. Probably should go run and catch it. Yeah. Yes, my fridge is turned on, I guess is what I'll say there. My fridge is turned on and it is doing the things I expect it to. Just gotta really mind our location here. Just gotta get all 3 of these marionette. How did he see me? I guess he heard me. Okay, run. I'll try to get back to where we were without too much fuss. Okay. Crisis not yet fully averted, but we're getting there. We're getting close. Don't underestimate stone diggers. Their ability to pull out glintstone scrap and deal huge amount of damage. Dealing huge amounts of damage should not be underestimated. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Take all the time you need. I'll be right here doing the same old thing, which never gets old, I might add. And I know there was an avionet that I think was getting ready to land. I did not mean to do that. That is absolutely gonna disqualify my run if I keep doing that. I guess if I could put like fire spells and friends, but then that just feels like cheating. If Elden Ring ever gets to, or if Reforged ever gets to a spot where I don't have to worry about this, I think that'll be fine. I think that might be a reason to maybe use a seal in the offhand. I don't know. I truly don't. I'm baffled as to why I keep making that unforced error. It's gonna kill my run eventually, because I can't have a run breaker moment every single time. this comes up. I think that's also another reason why there are catalyst heavies that you really want to be using instead. Ah, there we go. So this is the other side of the Perfumer's Grotto earlier. I pointed out that we would be here later. This is that time now. Okay, and we can absolutely drop down. We just got to be really careful. Real easy to slip and make an error, or an unforced error in particular. Thankfully, that does not crumble or give way. That would be really bad railing. That would actually even be the expected behavior, is that railing does not really tolerate much pressure or weight on it, but I'm thankful it does. I'm thankful it does. Arsenal Charm +1. Is it better than the Great Arsenal's Charm? I wouldn't even know what to tell you in terms of the difference. Oh, that is a deadly camera turn. Wow, that could kill someone really quickly. Oof. And then we drop back down like so. And then we drop down one more time. And it's got to be over here because there's no head. No, actually there is headroom. You could have done it like that. Okay. Duly noted. Neato burrito. Let us... So if I move back... Yeah, okay. So this was the area where... Yeah, we killed the Avionet soldiers. So we want to head this way now. Albeit without waking up too many enemies. There needs to be a giant snake snail boss somewhere in the game. I don't know where you would put one, but like both a giant crystal snake snail as well as the actual skull ones. I think that would be a great boss to have in the game somewhere. Don't know how it would work, but the heart wants what it wants, and I can't believe I got that the first time. That definitely, I've spent like 10 minutes trying to get a jump like that, and yet somehow I get it just right. This feels like a I can't go up here moment, because there's no drop down to it. This feels like just a spot where an Avionet soldier probably was, as we saw earlier. All right, and now it is boss time. You guys know the deal with that. I'll see you guys on the other side of said battle, and I will probably put up a or use the cursed blood pots for that. Anyway, see you guys on the other side. Fine. Ooh, I think that's our first mainline chakram item. Backhand blade. Yeah, it sure is. Well, other than an embarrassing death that occurred for no reason, that's all done and dusted now. Ring blade fashioned from pure crystal. I want to see how this works. And then we can, let's see, how does that work? It feels like you should be able to toss these. That's so unfortunate. That's really too bad. This definitely feels like you should be able to toss these, but I digress. See, that fight would have benefited a lot more from the spirit horn there. I don't know how to feel about that yet. I truly don't. Okay, but it is time to go find Wormface and probably the ruins as well. We need to do that. I guess while we're here waiting, we can definitely attempt to try to make sure some of these consumables are kept up. Human bone shard. I don't know if we need the blighted extracts yet. We definitely don't need some of these other things. Probably have enough sedative for now. Let's make the rest into what we need to do. There. That is much better. Cleaned up the inventory quite nicely. And now you guys get to see some ruins. We'll probably explore these ruins before we deal with Wormface. We might die a fair handful of times, but I think that's generally worth it. I think that's generally going to be very, very worth our time to do. Not only for rune pieces, but also to just get these things done and off the map. And you guys might hear some hacking and coughing and other strange noises. Yeah, those are worm faces. Those are actual worm faces. The Woodfolk ruins. Oh, these are all one big set of ruins. Okay. Let me pause while we add that to the list. Okay. Let's proceed onward. Now just actually we could probably just let the rain take them out. And not have to worry too much. Triple worm face might be a little bit of a different story. I take another attack like that. Yep, and you guys get to see this for yourselves. No runes. We're not allowed that. Those 42k, gone. Just like that. With Wormface, you really don't want to carry runes around. It is actually detrimental to carry those around. Like, in fact, Kernifer has taken the good opportunity to relieve us of having a death mark to even worry about. What I kind of wish would happen with Deathblight is that instead of just losing the runes outright, maybe make it like the old Blood Echoes effect from Bloodborne, where like when an enemy kills you, it absorbs your runes and you have to get them back. And if you die a second time after that, you know, then deprive them of their runes. Like, there's a good reason why Deathblight is already harsh enough without adding extra stuff to it like that. Also, since we don't really want to be using the glintstone amulet here, we're gonna put that back on. We didn't get very much from killing the Crystallians anyway, so it's kind of fine here, honestly. How did that land? Yeah, you cannot dodge backward. You need to dodge laterally for that. Yeah, so like the only cure is to move laterally like this. Oh yeah, that's much better. That rewards us for killing things, actually.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and sitting through that. Much appreciated. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of every hour. In about 4 minutes, there will be one just to the left of my webcam here that'll read for 3 minutes. That's how many minutes of ads, as well as how long the commercial break lasts. It's both. So I highly recommend you guys take a commercial break. You get up, you stretch, you do all that sort of fun stuff. I'm going to be doing the same thing. I'm going to be getting up and taking a stretch break too. So please, go find yourself something to do with those 3 minutes. Do whatever you want, really, because once those 3 minutes are up, once those 3 minutes are over, the ads should have stopped. We will be, or I should say, I will have returned, and we can pick right back up where we left off. We're gonna try to get done what we can in these 4 minutes. That missed. That just straight up missed. Do move lateral. Yeah, that's kind of stinky. We actually, if we kill things relatively quickly, well, not quickly, but if we do every so often, and we can even use the wildlife for this, we can actually net FP every time we kill something. If we use a cheap spell, which is really good. We could kind of do that before, but the Ancestral Spirit's Horn makes this actually extremely possible. Yeah, please keep standing there, Sir Wormface. That's going to be way better for you in the long term if you do that. Oh, are these like special slugs? Yeah, these probably spit death blight. That's probably exactly what they do. Or get really close to doing that. Cool beans. Easy pickings. Now, what were you guys guarding? Some gravel stone? That can't be it. That's two. Yeah, of course there would be a third one probably over there. Well, see you guys after the break. I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. I had to tread a little bit more quietly as my folks have decided to take a nap in the living room instead of somewhere else. So I had to make sure I wasn't making too much noise. Not that my office is much better, but there is at least a degree of separation between me and them here. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you very much, and welcome back as well. Hold on 1 second. There we go. That's better. I felt I had a piece of oatmeal stuck to the back of my throat. I also had a bit of a snack while I was on break. I trust everyone enjoyed the time spent during the commercial break. Hopefully spending it on something worthwhile, something that you guys found productive. Oh, right, yeah, I need to... let's not forget, we've got a pair of worm faces over here. I bet that could be a low-grade parlor insult. Just like, hey there, worm face. You know, get over here or get out of my sight or something like that. You know, the usual parlance that comes with making insults. Yep, just keep running. Oh yeah, like standing around in that is an excellent use of my time. And Death Fly will really get you. Mr. Jason says, of course. Eagerly anticipating the return of Mr. Coin is what I did. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I'm trying to think if there's something you know, worth mentioning or talking about, you know, during this time. Because, man, oh man, do these sorts of activities get rather rote if I don't find something worth talking about? Okay, and then we're going to just maintain spacing. Yeah, 2 spells and I've made back 70% of what I've spent, which is really good. Yeah, the set plus the axe and the horn, amazing, excellent, FP efficient set. Would not trade it for anything else. There better not be more than 3. There are more than 3 seals. There's probably one up here now that I'm thinking on it. Yeah, the Woodfolk ruins are humongous ruins. Lots of places to die to death blight, among other things. Well, I'll be hanging out with friends this weekend. Yeah, I suppose if you guys have weekend plans, how are those weekend plans looking right about now? I'm just gonna kill him before he has a chance to breathe on me. Yeah, weekend plans for me are largely going to consist of, you know, trying to get the outward stuff like on a ball and rolling. I've got the footage. I just need to finish editing it and then uploading it, of course, which is hard when my shoulder wants to cry mutiny every time I sit down to make edits. It's been rough. And then outside of that, you know, I'll be playing tabletop with my friends this Saturday, and that'll be fun. That'll be 4 hours out of the house that I get to enjoy, because I'm kind of a homebody in most other respects. Yeah. Gotta be careful. I do see that worm face over there. Yeah, there are quite a few worm faces. No, just one. I only see one. It's one worm face and a bunch of slugs. And then as for that following Sunday, and should be quiet. As far as I know, I still have the client job for the 11th of July. So that would be. Let me just make sure that I've got some barrier here for a split second. That would be not the upcoming Thursday, but the Thursday after that, going out to the 14th. I'll have a client job for that length of time, so I won't be able to stream that Thursday or that Friday. So I will lose out on that. But I also still don't know about the 3rd yet. That's still a discussion that has to happen, and it still hasn't happened yet. And trying to have one while they're napping is not a good practice. It's in fact quite a terrible practice, believe it or not. I think that's the last slug too. I believe this is the last thing. It is not. We have one more, and that is probably over there, if I had to guess. Any devious rune pieces up here, Kernifer? I want to know if you got some, bud. I don't think so, but worth checking. I just feel like I thought I was moving somewhere with the petition in life, but I feel like I'm just my life is just in a holding pattern at almost all times. And I don't know what to do about that. It feels gross. Also, we should absolutely make a point to, like, maybe somewhere here. Yeah, that's a great spot. And I'll try to remember that's there. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason would place the most devious rune pieces, good sir. Oh, you mean you would be like Curtifer in that regard? Like the rune piece at the top of the blooms and the Scarlet Aeonia? Or you would bundle them inside of enemy mouths, make us have to repost them, and then extract the rune piece. And if we don't do that, we don't get it. That level of deviousness, good sir? Or more devious than that? Better, good sir. Oh, okay. I am eager to hear how you could top that, because Curtifer is already pretty devious with these. Just, you know, they're actually still attainable. In this current iteration, so. Okay, that ought to do. Yeah, come over this way, sir. That's probably not. Oh, that did work. Never mind. Fantastic. Mr. Jason says, I would put a rune piece up on a tall tree and then have you jump up each branch. And then have random things fall on you, like fish. So it would probably, you would need to adjust that because this is Elden Ring. This is not a Super Mario Maker, but you can put some pretty devious things on there. For example, just translating that a little bit more to Elden Ring, we could actually put in some rot mounds. I hear movement. I hear skittering movement, and I don't know what to make of that. But let me see if I can't show you. I should be okay while we do this here. That is the crazed duelist. It might be under exotic fauna. No, it's something else entirely. It might be diseased horrors. I'll find it. It won't take long. Because it is something very specific I'm looking for. Why am I not finding this? Okay, I know what I need to do. This would be... right here. Oh, I can search for the poisonous one. Here we go. These things. Lump of toxic meat and bones, forever dripping virulent substances. Putrid corpses in particularly poisonous areas may find themselves melting into these sorry mounds. Their touch poisons prey, weakening them for eventual consumption. And they have the Dark Souls 2 or 3 property of slimes, where a slime would fall on top of your head and would just munch on you a lot and deal damage. And if they were ones that bled you out or poisoned you, you would likely either die due to the bleed or you would be poisoned and die. So imagine putting a room piece on top of something like that, making the player have to climb up one jump at a time, and then having randomly positioned rot mounds that fall on top. And it would make it difficult to look up to find them. Mr. Jason says, I know that it is early, good sir, but I'm going to head off to just chill and tidy my bed, good sir. No worries. I would stay, but I'm too distracted right now with seeing that dapper gentleman, as lovely as he is to see. Oh, no worries, Mr. Jason, and thank you. Much appreciated. It was good seeing you, as always. By all means, go and chill. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself, good sir. You're welcome here anytime and amidst any of my hallowed halls, of course, good sir. I do hope I get to see you sometime in the future. Hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a fun day for everyone. But, you know, if I don't see you again, for whatever strange, crazy reason, do stay safe out there. But you and your family. The world's a dangerous place. Really, more dangerous than it ever has been before. I don't think that tomorrow will be fun, good sir. It'll be more captivating. I see. That is true, good sir. That is true. It'll at least be captivating. I'll grant people that. Okay, so moving toward... We should see what is in the actual place first. And I'm trying to remember where the path for that is. Mr. Jason says, I'm glad that you have captured the amazing crowd that you have. Me too. Me too. I definitely could not have done that without you, good sir. The only thing to do is to just ride by all the ruined structures and we'll find it. Stinky stuff, but that's how it's gotta work. Yeah, I'm glad fate has worked out the way that it has. At least for this. At least for people. Mr. Jason is looking forward to Mr. Coin versus the Metro Kingdom's jump rope challenge. Mr. Jason hated it. You know, it can't be as bad as the original Mario Party, like jump rope or the tug of war. I remember getting blisters from that type of stuff. Here. Okay, yep. I have it all figured out. Let's grab the thing. Hopefully there's no teleporter chest at the end. Good night, good sir. Rest well. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And with that, it is warm face time. And of course, also the crafting of hard runes so that we don't lose too many on death. We're pretty close to losing a good quantity of them on death, however. Ah, I see. Oh, yep, no, that is a run like no one's business. And we just sit back and let them do their thing. Ideally without getting tagged like we just did. Good. Okay. Great. I do hear another worm face nearby. But I'm trying to remember if that is the worm face. No, that's not the one on the hill. This is a different worm face. Okay, there. We're basically all caught up on that now. So it's actual worm face time. He's not too bad. He has way more reach than a normal worm face would typically have. Way more reach, way taller. Real easy to get blindsided by. It's kind of why you want to make sure that you are keeping your distance, interpose a barrier where you can, that kind of thing. But with that, I think I want to clear a little more of this area. Slightly a little more, maybe one worm face. This one in particular has death on it, written for me. There we go. All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't catch a straggler from that particular worm face. All right, see everyone on the other side. I'm glad I double checked for that codex entry, because yeah, that's a giant worm face. Now, speckled hardtier is new. My goodness, that is a misspeak and a half. Boost resistance and heal status. Oh, that's cool. Where the Earth Tree's bounty falls to the ground. That's a really pretty hard tier. But yep, that's worm face for you. Getting struck by getting struck by the spittle for Deathblight would have been really bad in that fight. Also, getting grabbed in that fight is instantaneous death. That is death incarnate. You do not want to mess with death. Specifically worm face death. That's just bad. That is omega amount of bad. Okay, so far so good. I think there's a rune piece around here. Yep. Speak its name and you shall find it. Just do something like that, and that's a pretty that's an easy find. Oh, more worm faces. More worm faces, more fun. Gotta mind the other slugs as well. Can't just ignore them. That's kind of how these piles of slugs would get you in Dark Souls 3. Is you'd start DPSing one of them down, and then you'd forget, or maybe you have no area of effect damage, and so you're like, just kill quickly and it'll be fine. But it turns out it's not actually fine for the purposes of hitless. And so you lose out on a lot of your you have so many unforced resets from just that it's not funny. It's actually awful. I'm glad I spotted that. And there he is, Gold Mask. I probably will have to respec if I want to do this quest, which is required for all content, so I kind of have to think about what we're doing here. That's like 30 plus levels of just nothing but int. That's bad. Okay. Well, we have found Sir Gold Mask at the very least. So I'm hoping that there is a rest site somewhere nearby. Yeah, I think you need to see Gold Mask first, and then we can talk to Corin. Or maybe there's a rest site nearby. I know that. Speak, and you shall find it. Everyone's favorite meme, I'm sure. So we can definitely just do this. Is it down there? It is. It's down here. And it's up here at this middle part. Okay, so now that we have that, we should go back up the road and we'll find, we should find Corin up there. We'll know what Corin looks like. He's got the wheel around his head. He's got the wooden wagon wheel around his head. It's really, really hard to mistake. He's somewhere around here. I know at least that much. I hope the game is not making me out to be a liar. If so, I might need to look up what I'm supposed to do. And hopefully I didn't, like, miss a trigger point somewhere else. He's normally supposed to kind of hang out at the cell. So maybe I need to go find the cell again. Or maybe I need to go back to Round Table Hold. You know what? I actually might need to tell him about Gold Mask. Let's see if I'm right. The Corin's quest's kind of finicky. It's easy to miss if you're not careful. Yeah.
I've been waiting for your return. I've decided to leave the Round Table Hold after all. As I mentioned, I'm off in search of the noble Gold Mask. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
Well, I don't really need anything from you, good sir. You're free to leave.
Order shine through you.
Yet another soul. Gone from the Round Table Hold. Oof.
Greedy, you here for...
Oh, we have another one of these? Sure. Yeah, we can finally upgrade that. And then we've got the Mimic tier, which doesn't... We really don't need this until, like, late game. There are some bosses that are easier with Mimic tier in specific. I would like to strengthen armament. There is nothing to strengthen. We are stuck at this power level. Nothing much to do, but try getting a ruinous or some other. Raises fire attack power. Weapon hits drain status build up. Yeah, I probably want something like that. Now, can I use that here? No, it has to be a level 3. It can only be a level 3 or better. That is so stinky. I could put it on this though, but then I lose the magic enchantment. Ugh. Oh well. We have 104. Yeah, we've got enough hard runes to deal with that. It's like what, 104,000 for a level up? Yeah, 104,000 for a level up. We didn't have to pop one of those. It's fine. Oh, do I do it now? We actually don't have that much time to do that. We need an intelligence of 33. Yeah, that I will. There's a specific point where we need to do that. We will do that then, and not at any point before. For now, we're probably okay while we're telling Corin to find Gold Mask. It's gonna when we get to Lanedell, I think is when the turning point's gonna be very tight. If I remember my base Elden Ring correctly, Corin's quest was one of the ones I never did. Like, at all. Oh, baby, a triple. Okay, so he's either up at the Stell or he's a little... Yeah, here he is. He's at the Stell.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold. I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually, and will happily pass it along to you.
So, what he is, of course, talking about is lightning fortification. We definitely want this. We want Great Heal. I don't know. Great Heal is like not that good for what we're doing. But we definitely want lightning fort here.
Do you sport with me? From your description, it can be no other than the Gold Mask himself. Of course, I knew he would be close by. Bless the Golden Order and its benevolent rays. And to you too, my sincerest thanks. May the Golden Order shine through you.
Okay, so here we want 9k, so we need to pop 4 of these. It is entirely thanks to you, and I forgot what the rest was. Go ahead and grab this, just in case.
May the Golden Order. I will soon leave to join the noble Gold Mask. It is entirely thanks to you. You have my sincerest gratitude.
Okay, I'm glad I am definitely glad that I did that. So now we can go up here to the Road of Iniquity side path. That's how you say that word, by the way, iniquity. And that's the Road of Dubious Behavior, if you want to know what that word means, or of dubiousness, or things of that sort. And now we should be able to go to Gold Mask and have Corin nearby.
We meet yet again. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with the noble Gold Mask himself and taken my place by his side, as you can see. Have no fear. I will still teach you incantations as before, though we must do so quietly, such that we not disturb the Great Master's cogitation. The Master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger, and though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian. May the Golden Order shine through you.
Okay, so far so good. Now we can head up the side of the road here. We'll kind of just make our way to some various locales. Make sure we find some rune pieces. That's kind of what all this rocky hillside is, basically. We just want to check and see what easy rune pieces we can find. And provided we're not killing too many things too quickly, we can make back the FP pretty easily. Look at that open sky, everybody. I'll kind of flick off the overlay for a second. That's a beautiful skyline. I love that about Elden Ring. We won't get that much beauty in our own real world, you know, as the AI data centers turn the environment to shit. It's gonna be we're not gonna get those vistas for much longer. California redwood, the pines, the walnut trees, all of it. It'll all be cleaved out for AI, for the data centers, for them to poison the earth. Poison the earth, foul the water, stymie the very air we breathe. I hate it. I hate it. We've got to do. We have to be better. I just don't know if we can. The world is just so fractured right now. Like, some countries will win off more than others, but humans won't win, and that's sort of the we need total victory here. Something is better than nothing. Half a loaf is better than no loaf. On most things, sometimes the better answer is to not do it at all, but come on, just AI stinks. Very specifically generative AI, and AI that steals jobs stinks. AI should be used to create jobs or to eliminate hazardous jobs that people shouldn't be doing, such as mining. That should belong to machines. That way people don't have to inhale coal dust or asbestos or other sorts of things. You know, stuff that's dangerous for human beings. A capitalist though I might be, I'm a humanitarian first. The only good profit is profit that benefits everyone, or as many people as possible. Anything else is hogwash. Anything else is unethical. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, from the swells of my ridgeline on my chest, from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. I'm a firm believer of honest capitalism. But just like real socialism hasn't been tried, neither has real capitalism. It like, the issue is not the economic delivery system. It never was. It's the authoritarianism that inevitably rises from greed. That's what makes these things stinky. So if humans turn all these systems to complete and utter shite, then the only real answer is to take them away. All of them. Doesn't matter if they're capitalist, communist, socialist, whatever. Get rid of them. Get rid of them all. And operate by something else entirely. And I don't know what that is. You can't have human systems without imposing some kind of order. It's why anarchy and capitalism don't really hold hands with each other, even though I badly want them to. That's just kind of not how that gets to work. You cannot have systems functional entirely upon disorder. You cannot have systems function entirely off disorder if they require order to function in the first place. Then you go back to every person can tend a store, no one pays taxes because you can set up a shop anywhere, and large portions of these things become service driven rather than driven by production of goods and services. East Windmill Pasture. I better write that down. Yeah, the real issue is always authoritarianism. It's humans make these systems stinky. So you can either take the libertarian approach of embracing the fact that people are greedy little monsters, or you try to contain that to the best of your ability. That's pretty much what I have to say about that. People can either we can either embrace the sins, or we can fight them. We have to pick one. I would argue we have not done enough fighting against sin. Truly. Okay, so that segment is done. I'm sure I'll have to write in a few more. I feel like there's a rune piece. Yep. My intuition was right. I thought it was going to be back behind the windmill, but no, it's just in a random arbitrary place that you wouldn't think to look because it's, well, arbitrary. But I'm glad I looked, nonetheless. And as far as, like, challenge run, non-challenge run content, I'm hoping that Friday will strike that perfect balance of, yeah, Coin, I know you like doing this thing, but we don't like it, and, I know you guys really like this thing, but I like the challenge run. Village Windmill Pasture. Oh, there's an archery challenge over there is what I'm seeing. ick. That could have been a better performance. It's fine. You know, we just do better. I see you over there, Sir Stray, and I will raise you. I will raise you the inability to do anything. And I see that other one over there. Yeah, by all means, put yourself in that patch of burning flame. That's a great way to increase my DPS. Thanks. Love that for me. So we have the Shaded Cliffside Archery Challenge, which I can't really do unless we consider taking a bow out for that. And I still don't really quite know whether I should or shouldn't do that. There's just no fire spell that reaches to the ranges I need it to. There's absolutely not. There's no magma sorcery that goes that far. There is no frenzy spell that even like frenzied burst doesn't really deign to reach that far, you know, etc., etc., all that. So I don't know what to do about that. I still have not figured out a great plan for the archery challenges. Maybe there has to be like an asterisk, like TM. So that is the village windmill pasture. Okay, that's all done and dusted. So now we can go to the actual big giant windmill village. Yeah, big giant windmill village, and have some more fun while we're up there. Whoops, that is bad. Fixable, but bad. There's no way that is a dead dancer. That's got to be a live one. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Can't even lock onto it properly, because they're considered in like a dead or a lying animation. And I hear more combat music, but I don't know why. We've killed everything we're in combat with.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for putting up with that. Much appreciated. That'll be the last commercial break for the day coming up in about 4.5 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam over here in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. When that time comes, the timer will read 3 minutes, which is not only how long the break lasts, but also how many ads are served up on Twitch. This is the best way I know to service everyone's needs. The not wanting to deal with pre-roll, actually me getting enough time to stretch and get a drink, for God's sake, and like 15 other different considerations I don't tell you about. I encourage everyone to get up and take a stretch break themselves. I'll be doing the same thing, but I'm not the arbiter of your time. Spend it however you wish. Once those 3 minutes are up and I have returned, the ads will have stopped playing, and we will pick right back up where we were before. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just like that. Let's see what we can get done in those 4 minutes, shall we? Just trying to really eyeball, like really scan for room pieces. We were already here though, so it'll be anything on the battlement, quote unquote, or like cliffside here. Like that there. Hello, Glintstone. Or actually, this would be a incantation scarab, which means we really want it. Protection of the Erd Tree, which I think is damage negation for all stat. Yeah, so this is the level 2 version of the fortification spells. So if you're going to be using summons a lot, you want that spell. That incant is great for helping you protect your friends. Especially if you're doing like a spirit summoner build, or you're engaging in jolly co-op with Seamless. Yeah, fantastic spell. I recommend at least one person in your play group picking it up, or specializing in incants. It's really good. Yeah, you think you're gonna get time to load another bolt, but you're not. Get out of here with that. Let's see. So strode back in through here. Just kind of let these dancers take care of themselves if they're going to move around so much. Yep, take a hike is what I got to say about that. Just let the enemy fecklessly step into your stuff. That's the easiest way to deal damage to enemies in these types of games. But we'll pick this back up in just a moment. See everyone then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I trust we all had a good commercial break. I trust we had a good one of those. I hope we found productive things to do, things we actually liked doing, among other things. I took the time to read on Reddit. I know, great use of my time. But I was just reading about how, all things considered, we still, even though the free speech we have is like, it's on paper, right? That's not the greatest thing in the world to say about a right you're supposed to have. But we're one of the only countries in the world that parodies itself, number one. And number two, there's a lot of media out right now that just takes a collective dump on us. Like, we allow, as a country, we currently allow people to do that. That may be in the process of changing, but we currently have it as of right now. Some people more than others. Trust me, I want that to be everyone. But every country in the world wants to hide its history. I actually kind of agreed with a lot of what the posters said. When you take a step back and you take the politics out of it, you realize that actually there's a lot more truth to that than one would think. You want to hide the bad things about you because you want to sell reasons to come to the country. And heck, even if there are no reasons to currently come, you at least want to prevent people from impugning your reputation more than it already is. Let's go ahead and add that to the split. I think this is the name of the place. Dominula Windmill Village. Okay, I had it right. Good. I'm glad that is the case. Well, I expect the Godskin Apostle here to be the last thing we're doing for today, because Dominula does take a second to actually kind of properly explore. It really does. So, as I was saying, even though taking a giant collective dump on America is really popular, I want us to remember as humans, it was not that long. We are a historically violent people. We're a historically violent species. Yes, call it out. I'm not saying not call it out. I'm only mentioning, maybe mind the possible slippery slopes into hypocrisy when you do. Like, rational, reasonable discussions about this type of topic begin when each side acknowledges the active collective harm of whatever they might be engaged in is. Doesn't matter what that is, whether it's France, Ethiopia, New Zealand, Cambodia, Bosnia, Peru, Brazil. I could go on and on. I can name a lot of countries, even like old dead ones or kind of dying ones like Sri Lanka, which you don't really hear anymore. I think it goes by a new name, and I'm forgetting what that name is. But yeah, everyone wants to, as long as you acknowledge like the pitfalls, or make an honest attempt at that. You don't have to acknowledge everything, but at least make an honest attempt to acknowledge the pitfalls that everyone is engaging in. Then, criticize away. Eek! I hear a festive melody. No, no, don't skin me. My hide is filthy. I swear. Perfect for the godskin attire. So these guys are dancing in order to summon forth the godskin apostles to skin their participants alive. At least I'm fairly sure that's what's happening. And if we play our cards right, we shouldn't have to use up any flasks while we're here. But we have to play them right, and I kind of don't foresee that happening. Not without complications. There are always complications. In Dominula, I had complications the last time I cleared out Dominula. I even had complications when I came here off camera. Dominula is not a place for the faint of heart. It looks easy, but these guys can actually poise through serious attacks when they want to. Perfect. I know I'm kind of anti-American these days. I just think we've done too much ill. We've performed too many foul deeds. We've been at war for 237 out of 250 years. We're always actively looking for conflict to exploit. We're always looking to profit off of someone else's misery. We don't really care to be the active combatant. We only... Okay, I believe we're back. Sorry about that. We had a slight disconnection there. I hope that is not a sign of things to come. Yeah, it's hard for me not to be. Can I be anti my own country and love it? That's a question I'm really wrestling with myself about, is can I hate my country and love it at the same time? Can I like the people and hate the government? I mean, liking people and hating the government's easy, but it's like in democratic or Republican systems, we're a republic. So that's why I'm choosing to say it that way. We elect people that represent us. Well, if they represent us, then how much of our cultural values do they also have? As American culture as foul as its politicians? That it's easy to make the case that it isn't for other countries, because their politicians talk very differently than how we talk, or how they talk, excuse me. But I think in our case, they're kind of one and the same, because just about anyone can hold the office. No one has to be educated. No one has to hold a degree. It's useful. You're not going to get far without intelligence, generally. But even then, you know, if 47 has proven anything, it's that you don't need it. You just need charisma. You need to be able to control thinking. And it is far easier to control thinking by shutting down opposing thought processes than it is to actually bolster thinking with your own thought process. It is easier to tell people, or it is easier to fool people than it is to tell them they were fooled. Because lots of things that are used to fool people just fall right into their whole worldview anyway. That's often the best way to fool people, is through their own worldview. Then they'll never see your treachery coming. Unless something is presented to contradict that. And it's easier to just spot the contradictions if you've not been indoctrinated. It is a lot harder to spot that, you know, the more indoctrinated, the more propagandized you are. And especially if people are speaking sweet music to your ears, they're offering racism on a platter that you already agree with anyway, or ableism that you already agreed with anyway, or transphobia that you already agreed with anyway. If people like negative feedback loops in humans are just inherently stronger in human beings. We remember the negative. It is easier to approach things from negativity than it is positivity. Note that people never have to work to be destructive. It is only when people are being creative, when people want to create something, that they have to work at it. They have to work at it really hard. People can sometimes have to work hard to destroy something, but it only takes study to destroy something like culture. It only takes study and a couple of well-placed words or actions. Ow. Whereas actually creating and fostering culture takes up years of hard work. It takes years of being consistent. It takes years of doing the same thing over and over and being innovative on that same thing over and over. It's very easy to commiserate about that part of the human experience. I don't like it. I wish humans were a little bit more insulated against that. Human society would be a lot better if positive feedback loops were stronger than they are. If signal boosting wasn't so effective when it feeds off of fear, misery, or anger. I hate it. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling on about pseudo-psychological babble, pseudo-philosophical babble. It's Croc. Welcome on in, Ballshack. Good to see you again. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How have you been? Hope you were doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Ballshack says it's been ages. I'm a busy man. Yeah, as we all are these days. But yeah, I can imagine. I could definitely imagine that being the truth. Yeah, I've been busy too. So much has happened in these past couple of years. It has to have been years. I don't think I've seen your name in over 1 or 2 years. I don't think I'm being delusional in that. It's most likely been over 4. Yeah, then way too much has happened to even describe in a single sitting. But you know, I guess in terms of like shooting the breeze, not really all that much has changed for me, other than maybe balding a little bit more of a receding hairline, Let's see. Petitioning. I'm working on a petition for my federal government. I'm working on a way to petition them because we do not really have that right now. I am back in my challenge running arc, which is what the little split counter below me is. That's for challenge running. I'm not currently challenge running, but I'm scouting the run out and seeing what my baseline might look like. I'll let you in on it. The petition is to get the U.S. government to put up a process for federal recall elections, because one thing that I really don't think we have. Everyone talks about freedom of speech and freedom of expression in the United States. Everyone is very keen on reciting that part of the First Amendment, but when it's like the right to petition your government for redress of grievances, people forget that part. And recall elections are the ultimate ultimate redress of grievance. It's recalling an official says, yeah, they're not representing us, they're screwing things up, this is not what we were looking for, not what we wanted. So 22 states have a recall process. California's is of course the most prolific. It's actually occurred in history multiple times where officials in California have been recalled, but we don't have anything like that for the United States president or the justices of the Supreme Court or cabinet members. We don't have that. And I realize, the petition I'm crafting and wanting people to sign when it's ready to start being displayed is absurd. I'm gonna get laughed out no matter how many signatures I have, but it's to send the federal government a message that the American people, in fact, do not like what is happening, and no matter how much propaganda is spewed in our general direction, most of us do take issue with the way the federal government is doing and has done things for multiple decades now. And it's time we have the right to recall our federally elected officials who have not been representing us for multiple decades. Doesn't matter if we're talking about Trump or Biden or Obama. Trump, Biden, Obama, Clinton, Reagan, Carter. I could go back 50 years. People probably would have really appreciated having a recall process for like Woodrow Wilson or Andrew Jackson, stuff like that. Oh yeah, sorry. I put the Bushes in a memory hole. Bush Senior, Bush Junior. Yeah, people would have loved a recall process for them. What I'm hoping to sell my petition on is the fact that it's applicable to both parties, where we go back and forth between two wings of the same crooked bird. It's just that the Republican one is particularly bad right now, but I promise you the Democratic strain of the Democratic half of that same bird is just as bad, but in different ways. It's just as radicalized. It just hasn't had the opportunity to express it yet. That's it. Balshak says, well, there's a major flaw in this, although I appreciate the idea, which is that Obama, Bush, and Trump all won twice. Yeah, of course. And the basic idea behind my petition is that no matter how bad things are right now, I can't craft the petition with our current circumstances in mind. I can't. I have to allow for elected officials to be given enough time to do their job. Is it half the term? Is it a year? I don't know. my job in all this isn't really to. I'm not forwarding a bill petition. Otherwise, I would, actually do that. I would sit down, look at the bills. I would look at the structure of a bill, and I would try to author one that I think, say, maybe one of the more moderate Republicans, because that's the Republicans are winning some Senate seats right now. I would launch that in their general direction. Kind of go from there. Bolshak says our electorate is more broken than our democracy. I agree. There need to be way more. There need to be safeguards for the electoral college, because you're not going to remove it. Not really. That you would need a rebellion to do that. So it's better to fix it than break it. Bolshak goes on to say it would be my ultimate challenge. Yeah, just fixing the electorate. Bolshak goes on to say, well, a whole term isn't even that long in most cases. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with recalls, is that in the case of like the executive, how much time do you give them to do their job? Like if I take Trump, then, a year is more than enough time for us to find out that we do not need to wait. There's no process for that. Someone like Obama, and the deal with Libya would be a great example of where I would want to personally recall Obama. If I'm going to use Obama as an example, I would want to have an example ready of where, yeah, this would be recall worthy. Him bombing the crap out of Libya is a great example of where a recall election would be fantastic. Bolshak says, I mean electorate is in the voters generally. Yeah, that's a fair use of the word. Yeah, voters in general. That's a whole different ball of worms. I'm used to it in referring to the college sense of the word. Bolshak says, I think we would need a restoration of belief in human virtue and moral philosophy for the American voter to be trustworthy. Yeah, I hate to say it. This is going to be a massive L take, what I'm about to say. But I think if you take and I want to outline a few things before I say this. If you take out racial connotations, if you take out consideration for sex or gender, if you take out consideration for religion, and you're just looking at people and the amount of intellect or moral virtue they have, the founding fathers were quote unquote correct to keep people from voting, keep a lot of people from voting. They were incorrect in its application. That is to say, it ended up being a racial quagmire. It was used to deny people of race and color from voting. That's the disgusting part of it. But I think there are ways to create safeguards where, yeah, not just any person can vote. As it turns out, I'll take my own parents. My dad is sometimes a single issue voter. I have to curmudgeon him about that. Yeah, I had to curmudgeon him about that a lot. Single issue voting and voting the lesser of two evils all the time is exactly why we're here. Never mind the lack of intellect. That's a whole different thing. Bolshak says, hate to say it, not gonna happen. Not while our propaganda laws are as lax as they are. I definitely agree with you there. You go on to say, it ended up building a resentment that caused more problems. Yeah, that was in response to the L take that I just issued. Even outside any of the moral issues. Yeah, it's... Sometimes history is immoral. You do sometimes the correct thing is unethical and immoral. You don't really... Ideally, you wouldn't have to restrict voting. You would just you would instill in people a good sense of philosophical underpinning and virtue. Like what, like, I know people say, oh, it's not us, it's our politicians. Our politicians don't represent us. But if you elect them, and they're supposed to represent you, what part of you is in there? Like, it's the representative part of a representative democracy, a republic, even. Walshek says, I'd be a single issue voter, but the single issue for me is dismantling the fourth branch, limiting the power of judges, all the usual, putting more power into the legislative and local representatives where it is supposed to be. Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. What do you mean by fourth branch, though? I'm a little bit curious about that, if and you don't mind the question. And because I know that might take a hot minute to type out. You were quick. Bolshek says the fourth branch is in the bureaucracy that acts within its own power. Oh, so you mean, I want to make sure I understand this right, because I fear I might get our wires crossed. You're talking about the parts of the bureaucracy that interact with corporations or large conglomerates of people that are outside the government, right? Bolshek says, I mean every single agency which is not subject to anyone but itself and not subject to voters. Yeah, so anything that has a standard hiring process. Yeah, okay, I get that now. A lot of government agencies fall into that, and anything that interfaces with corporate that is not also visible by the public, that would also fall under the fourth branch. That makes a lot of sense. It's very bloated. I agree. It's very bloated. I hate it. But rather than constantly flicker between emotional states such as despair or anger or despair, rage, or terror, I worked on that large, like, mental emotional health issue is why I took to making the petition that I did. Even if I get nothing out of it, I can say that I've tried. I can say that I've done something. Because I wasn't able to vote last election. I wasn't. I could not get transportation that day. That was literally the only thing stopping me. I had the funds in place. I had the paperwork ready. Everything except for a ride. And if I had one, I would have voted. I still would have made the petition. But I wouldn't have, my mental health wouldn't have been where it was. Sorry, this is kind of a huge trauma dump, isn't it? Bolshek says, well, I'm not, it's just a massive entropic bloat, then goes on to say, well, I'm not worried about it. I think the massive part of restoring human virtue and moral philosophy is realizing that the sphere where the most is done is the most local, which is our integrity. Yeah, I see that. I see that line of thinking. I could agree with that. Bolshek goes on to say, so I worry very little about politics on a who wins level. Yeah, I'm not coming at, about it from that approach either. But definitely local elections matter a lot. Bolshek says this is a conversation, not a trauma dump. Sorry, let me be a little more specific. It's not your participation in the conversation or what you have to say. It is tying it to the 4-year catch-up and talking about the impact it's had on my mental health. That's the part of it that I mean is a trauma dump, not anything else. Bolshek says, no, I mean, I'm not gonna troll you about anything you say, honestly. Understood. Understood. I'm glad we have that mutual arrangement. Balshak goes on to say, I'm okay with whatever you got to say. I appreciate the latitude. We have been staring at a boss for close to 15 minutes, so I am going to quickly focus and take it out. I'm going to pop up the overlay real quick and hopefully get this knocked out and done real soon, but I will read the messages before I do so. Balshak says, I mean, the personal comes before the political. Too true. Very well, good sir. All right, hopefully this won't take too long. And just for anyone who hasn't, who's tuning in and hasn't seen the overlay before, anytime there is a screen in front of my face, I'm locked in. I'm gonna screen that call. I love it when calls come in on my stream. Love that for me. Like I was saying, whenever there is a red screen in front of my face, or any kind of overlay in front of my face, I'm locked in. So if I see new people saying hi, or people are saying hi in general, I will also say hi. But other than that, I won't be much for conversation. Elden Ring is hard, never mind mods that make it harder. And a challenge run on top of that. So I will see everyone on the other side, and I hope to be done quickly. Oh, I guess I should change my equipment before I step in there fully. There. Better. Phew. That one wasn't quite so bad. The Godskin Apostle at the bottom of the Divine Tower of Caelid is way worse. Confined space. This one was open, and Latenna made sure he was dodging pretty much a lot of the time. So not much more to say than that. As far as like other stuff that's maybe changed over the course of 4 years, mostly it's, you know, not able to finish college, ran out of funds for that, so I've kind of been busy hustling, trying to work on streaming, trying to work on various client jobs, trying to do lots of little things, a couple of health scares, that kind of thing. Balshak says hustling can be good in its own way. It can. I've been hustling for well over a decade now with the channel, so I don't know. Windmill Heights. Oh, that's just the rest site name. Okay. That is true. There are lessons to learn from everything. So sometimes I forget that I should look at my own history that way. Yeah, I have learned a lot of lessons. I've learned that people lie a lot. That's the real stickler that like nags me every time I think about where I've been in life. People lie. You know, I've met amazing people along the way. Met you, met Mr. Jason, who is my head moderator. I've met a handful of wonderful individuals since then. I have my IRL friend. I have my own family. I try to find meaning in those things. I've learned that autistic burnout is a mile and a half. Like, it stinks really bad when it strikes. I went 3 whole decades without having to deal with it, but it's been here for at least the last 2 years. Wow. Okay. Let us find cover like right now. Yeah, there's a lot that's happened. Way too much to count. But how about yourself, Ball Shack? If you don't mind my asking, I'm gonna hope good things have happened while you were busy and everything. Balshek asks, you ever play Shadow of the Colossus? No, but I've heard of it. I've watched playthroughs of it, both by Stephen Georg and a couple of others. It's a game I want to play. I don't have the ability to buy it at the moment. But Balshak goes on to say, bloody brilliant game. Yeah, absolutely. Riding the horse makes me think of that. Torrent here. Yeah, it's not quite as cinematic. And Torrent's a little bit hard to control as compared to the horse in that game, which from my understanding is kind of easy to control. You're only able to do but so much with it. Wow, that is a nice one shot. Yuck. How did I navigate this again? Yeah, like watching someone play Shadow of the Colossus is great. Welcome on in, Grunge Monkey. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome on in to Elden Ring Reforged, an overhaul mod made by Team Kernifer. If you want access to the mod or more information about it, feel free to type in !ERR or ERWiki into the chat if you want more. But I do hope you are doing well. Bolshak asks, you rank Dark Souls 2 highly? It is my favorite game. One of my favorites. It is my favorite of the trilogy. More so for the deviations in lore and story than anything. I know. I rank the non-Miyazaki game higher than the Miyazaki games. The controls take some getting used to. It's not perfect, but I like the way it felt. It has a certain charm to it that is hard to mistake. It's hard to replace. I remember using like playing with a spear in that game. Balshak says, Demon Souls is my favorite by aesthetic and music and whatnot. That's fair. Are we talking about the original port or the remaster, Balshak? Balshak goes on to say, but DS2 makes me quite happy. Understood. Grunge Monkey says, I was just watching a fantastic Rachel McAdams movie. So a brilliant evening it has been, it is. Nice. Which Rachel McAdams movie? I assume you're referring to like an actor or director. If the movie is actually called that, then I hope it was fantastic, but... Balshak says Canadian Demon Souls didn't appeal to me. Canadian Demon Souls. That's either the remaster or Bloodborne? Ah, okay. The Canadian is the team who was behind it. Gotcha. Balshak says actress or directress. Ah, okay. Yeah, then which one, if and you don't mind? I'm kind of curious. Balshak goes on to say the remake was made by some Canadian team. I was giving it an insulting name. Understood. I thought the remake looked rather compelling visually. I see you down there, Sir Wolf. You're not getting the jump on me. Any other wildlife want to take its toll? No? I see one down there I'm gonna have to deal with, though. You love the original, Balshak says? Understood. I think I like the remake more. I haven't played either, but visually I like the remake more. I think it graphically looks fine. But there are probably some things that are different between the two that make the remake a little bit incorrigible to those that are comparing it to the original. Grunge Monkey says, I was just watching Passion, directed by the director of Scarface fame, starring Rachel McAdams from Mean Girls. Fame she is. Oh, okay. I'm gonna look that up because I don't have any basis for that, but that sounds great. Let me just get in the right one. So we said that was Passion and Rachel McAdams. I will answer that statement in 1 second, Balshak. Just looking over this real quick. Okay, so it's according to Wikipedia, this is like it's a thriller. Gotcha. Understood. Balshak says, I think it looks okay. I think it looked graphically nice and some of it looked okay, but the original Demon Souls is like a true bona fide classic. I hear you on that. I would say the same thing about like Metroid Prime 2 Echoes or like Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Like the original ports have something that the trilogy, the Wii trilogy or Wii U trilogy doesn't have. Like the achievement system, that's kind of thrown out with the bathwater. But that's just me personally. Balshak says, me favorite games are Symphony of the Night, okay, Castlevania, Demon's Souls, Halo 2, and Arcanum. What is your top 4, Coin? When you say Arcanum, do you mean of Steamworks and Magic Obscura or like a different Arcanum? Just curious, Balshak. My top 4, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Let's see. Definitely this game. Elden Ring's one of my favorites. Skyrim Special Edition. You thought you could sneak up on me, Sir Wolf, but you cannot. And I gotta be careful because we're visible in the clearing. Skyrim Special Ed was the third one, and the last one is... Ooh, that's a toughie. Not sure I have a fourth. I'm sure I have it somewhere. Oh, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. That's one of my... those are like within my top 4. Unordered, for the record. unordered. I've ordered them in terms of listing them, but they are unordered otherwise. Bolshak says Rachel McAdams is Canadian. Makes sense. She looked beautiful. She does wear her clothes and her hair really well. Bolshak asks, Corruption was on the Wii, right? Yes, it was. The original port was on the Wii. I played that one and enjoyed it. Good, good. Then we have something in common there. Yeah, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption is certainly not the best. Best of the Primes, but it's got a lot of heart and it improves on the original in ways that I like. And 2, of course. And then, yeah, that's the one was in regard to Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscurum. Bloody brilliant game. Yeah, I've managed to find a way to mod that particular game. It's very hard to do, but the mods make the original game so much better. It is a game I want to bring to the channel sometime, but it's kind of finicky. Grunge Monkey says top 4 movies. Oh boy, you're gonna figure out eclectic movie taste right now. V for Vendetta, Of Gods and Men, with Christian Bale in it. Young Adult, with Charlize Theron. And I don't have a 4th. I am very picky about movies. A large part of that is just due to being knuckle dragged to film a lot. Or to movie theaters whenever my folks wanted to go, my mom, my sibling, my dad, my stepmom. I was often dragged to the theaters as a kid, and I was just never really one for like long films. I could sit through them, but I didn't like being there against my will. It was an autonomy thing. Bolshak says Deadly Premonition might be in my top 4. I maybe know the name, but that's about it. I wouldn't consider myself familiar with it. Bolshak says, I've been trying to get people to play the co-op campaigns with me. Oh, this must be a game we're referring to. Maybe. Top 4 brilliant films. And then Bolshak goes on to ask, you like the Lord of the Rings films? I can respect their craft, but I'm picky, is what I'll say. I respect the craft, but I'm picky. So no. I don't dislike them, however. Then Bolshak asks, have you ever played Lords of the Fallen? I have played the original, and I have played the new one. Yes, I have not played the new 2.5 version of the new Lords of the Fallen, but I know that's a thing that exists. Bit clunky, but okay. I could play it. That's not my favorite Souls-like game, but it's got some charm to it. That's the art direction's really good. I like it. Bolshak then clarifies, oh, the co-op campaigns, not of Deadly Prem, but of Arcanum. I forgot that one was multiplayer. No, I can't say that I've played the co-op campaigns. That's kind of cool, actually. Bolshak goes on to say the original 2014 one. Yes, I have. I've not beaten it, but I have. It's in my Steam library. Ready for me to boot back up anytime. I hate trebuchets. I hate trebuchets. Have I mentioned I hate trebuchets yet? Where's my Stream Deck? Oh, that's something else that's new. In our 4 years apart. I'll swap over to the recording for a minute. I got a Temu version. I got a Temu version Stream Deck, so I can actually do things I can toggle a filter. I can set up soundboards with it, like this one. Or I can set up other shortcuts. Yeah, I got a pretty cheap one. Even though it is a Temu one, it works. Software is kind of clunky, but it works. Bolshek says I haven't played that new one. It's okay. I think it's better than the original. It's slightly less clunky than the original, but the new game has less story, or you don't get it until later. Whereas the original Lords of the Fallen had more of a... there was more of a... the story took you places. It was more linear. Bolshek says I've 100%ed it and somehow convinced 3 other people to play it all the way through. Good on you. I do hope that they are prepared for a long and bumpy ride with original Lords of the Fallen. You basically don't even dodge in that game. You move. You can dodge, and it sometimes works, but for the most part in old Lords of the Fallen, you just want to not be there. That's how you beat the bosses. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that bunches. I work people subbing and purchasing memberships on Patreon and coffee was how I got the little stream deck. So this is a piece of this is our hardware and software, not just my hardware and software. I quite like it. I'm forever thankful for it. Bolshak says the original is a clunky classic. Yeah, I like it. It's got a charm to it. There's something compelling and wonderful about it. Fair enough. Bolshak says they were actually dodging like crazy. They found a staff called Ishtar. I did not make it that far into Lords of the Fallen. And you go on to say they used it to beat every boss's ass. I'm not surprised. Wow, I completely flabbergasted there. Bolshak says, I used the heavy sword and the game was a miserable nightmare. Yeah, I think I was using a longer reach weapon than a sword, and I was finding it to be problematic. Grunge Monkey says I did the light armor run, so I was dodging with the Ishtar. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. That's awesome. I'm glad people are enjoying that old game, because I was sure with the new one that they would have written the old one off. You know what I mean? We don't have like a stop killing games movement here in the US or elsewhere. Only Europe seems to have something like that going on. And the old one, in comparison to some other Souls-like games, doesn't really write home to anyone about anything, even though it's got its charms. So that is to say, not everyone would find a game like that worthy of preserving, so to speak. Bolshak says the staff and dual knives are amazing and brilliant. I see. If I ever play the old one again, I'll have to keep the knives and staff in mind. Bolshak says that if you play like Big Sword Badass, then you can't move and everyone beats the hell out of you. I can see that that's a common theme. Bolshak goes on to say the game gives you a character who only fits like a badass heavy armor knight. Yeah, but he's actually really not. Grunge Monkey says the luck runes for some reason are the ones that increase your damage massively by the end of the game. I could one-shot. Either spaghetti code or the luck runes do something else that I am not familiar with. Luck runes don't sound like they should do that. But hey, in an old clunky janky game like Lords of the Fallen 2012 or 14, then you kind of have to... You find the builds that work more than anything. Bolshak says, and if you follow that line of thought, you will hate the game. Yeah, I kind of picked up on that in the middle of my playthrough. Ballshack says, well, that's the insane part. I can't even say I like the game. I may not like it, but I love it. Cool. You gotta appreciate, everyone has a circle of hell they like to be in, as I like to say. Mine is Shin Megami Tensei teleporter mazes. I could be in those all day. Or Elden Ring or Dark Souls game. That's my circle of hell. But other people, you know, it's Lords of the Fallen, and for some others, it's like Chip's Challenge. That's a circle of hell all unto itself. Grunge Monkey says, I did not like the game, but I treated it as a full-time job and gained a lot of satisfaction completing it. I don't know whether to find that funny, sad, or both. Ballshack goes on to say, you aren't meant to enjoy Lords of the Fallen in a modern entertainment sense, but in like the sense that you enjoy a hike through the rugged wilds or hard life. Yeah, you're meant to enjoy the journey. You're meant to enjoy the challenge. And if you don't like adversity or challenge, or you're not in the mood for it, Lords of the Fallen's not going to be a good fit for you. The 2014 version anyway. Grunge Monkey says, you know, I didn't even think of it as an old game because anything made from like 2012 onward feels rather samey to me in terms of feeling modern. It's old in terms of like its design potential. It's old in terms of like graphics, budget, that kind of thing. And heck, it's not considered retro yet, but yeah, old with an E. Exactly. Old with an E. It's not old, but old with an E. It's rustic. It's not ancient, but it's rustic. Ballshack asks, Coin, do you think the Wii is a retro console or modern? Right now, legally speaking, it is a modern console. It is not retro. The GameCube is considered a classic. It is considered a retro machine now, but it is not modern. I would say the Wii kind of fits into that. If I'm being completely honest, then I would call it in that gray area, where some of the early titles feel like it should be a retro console, and some of the later titles that, you know, stress test the Wii to its limits they're okay. They're mid. Ballshack says, you are meant to look back on the misery and light your pipe and go, 'twas worth the battle, good sir. Ah, yes, a Sean Connery, so to speak. Ballshack says, the GameCube is modern to me, and here's my reason why. It's got Resident Evil 4 on it. Hey, I can only tell you what the legal distinction is. Like, it is now classed as a quote-unquote retro console. I still kind of think it's in that middle gray area that's not quite modern, but it isn't actually retro yet. Give it 20 years, and I would firmly put it in the retro camp. But right now, I'd put the GameCube in squarely the in-between, like the Wii is. But I respect your reasoning. I do get it. Grunge Monkey asks, what do you mean by design potential? I haven't heard that before. So in response, that was in response to what I said about anything 2012 feels samey in terms of feeling modern. It's that the design conventions have changed. Considerations for player features have changed. Auto-saving has changed. In Lords of the Fallen, for example, your progress is there's still kind of checkpoint. It's like kind of a checkpoint system. Yeah, and there are no sliders. Options are less refined. Yeah, I would. Grunge Monkey says just changed or improved. Improved in the sense that if we look at new Lords of the Fallen, even though the controls are still clunky, they're more responsive. They're not quite as clunky. They're like Monster Hunter levels of clunk instead of Dark Souls 1 levels of clunk. The bosses have more going on in modern games, whereas Lords of the Fallen, sometimes there's a lot going on, and other times it's just, did you dodge the attack the big bungus was doing? Great. You get an attack or two now. Or you're allowed to be aggressive. Elden Ring is an example of the Dark Souls philosophy, you know, taken to its absolute limit, where you have to do a lot, and then you're allowed you're allowed to attack a little bit, and then you have to be defensive again. It's completely different. Maybe change is the right word, but I consider it improvement. Is as much as I would say there. Bolshak says Lords of the Fallen doesn't have a millennial slide, and slide is in the slide move that every game has after 2018. Oh yeah. Speaking of, the wonderful mod that I'm playing, as like just a quick aside, also has a slide. Base Elden Ring does not have a slide. This slide has iframes. So the back step's been replaced with a duck. And the duck lets you duck over or under horizontal slices. And the slide lets you do that and get a little bit lower to the ground at the same time. And then you transition into a crouch. It's really cool. It's one of the neatest things about Reforged. Walshak goes on to say the bosses in Lords of the Fallen have a lot going on in the same way a madman's mind has a lot going on. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And sometimes you're lucky sometimes you're just lucky, period. And other times, well, you know the plan, you just have to execute it, more than anything. Balshak says it's just like suddenly they do moves that totally duck. Makes sense. Ballshack says that's not a duck. That's like a provocative swag move. Yeah, I think it kind of looks like one a little bit. It's better than the backstep. Even though PvPers will disagree, you never use backstep in PvE unless you're in a niche situation. So having it replaced with a duck that has iframes is great. Balshak says Lords of the Fallen has a lot going on in the same way Ted Bundy had a lot going on. Yeah. At least you had periods where you could kind of tell what Ted Bundy was doing. Balshak says, I never even use backstep in any one of these games because it's better to sprint away. Exactly. I sometimes use backstep, so for you, old Dark Souls veterans, you'll be aware of the special lunging attack that rapiers would have, where you'll backstep and then you'll press the R1 to do a light attack, and you'll cover a little bit more distance compared to like a normal sprinting attack. That is the one case where I use it. But if I'm not holding a rapier, I don't do it. And I usually just run when that's happening. Reforged adds so many neat ideas. Weapon catalysts, enhanced power stancing. Oh, there's so much. I look forward to showcasing that next Monday. Speaking of the time, I normally conclude at about this hour. I usually end at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll read any sentences on the way out, of course. Balshak says, I always hated the rapier in DS1 because the range never felt good enough. The S-stock or S-stow, depending on how you say it, was always a bit better. Yeah, I use the S-stow a lot, but don't underestimate the rapier. It can crit like no one's business. Balshak says it was a fabulous stream, Coin. It was great to have you back, and it was nice to talk to Grunge Monkey as well. I apologize for standing around and doing nothing. I'm really bad at that. We've had a really good, robust conversation. I like it. Grunge Monkey says I was around a few years ago too. Deck nabbit. Then I apologize. My memory was is definitely not what it used to be, and I'm terrible with names in the first place. 2018. Yeah. I believe you. I do believe you, and in that case, it's good to see you again, Crunch Monkey. You know, I hope the years have treated you well. I remembered Ball Shack a little bit more, and for that, I do apologize. But, I do have a Discord server, you know, if you two are interested. If not, you know, no big deal, but I figured I'd plug a few things on the way out the door. If you guys want to conversate more with me there, you know, feel free. It's a pretty quiet server. We have a picture gallery. I have places to look at commands, that kind of thing. We have like a long-term voting item for future challenge runs. And tomorrow will be the start of Backlog Friday, where I handle game requests. So I'll be doing Super Mario Odyssey tomorrow. If that's a game that interests you, great. If not, no big deal. And of course, no one is obligated to join the server or anything. But if you guys want free benefits, and I mean a collective you when I say that, for those that are kind of tuning in, the Discord is the place where pretty much most of the benefits are contained. If you want to vote on things or share pictures with each other, the Discord is the place to do that. At least for now, until I get like Stoat Chat or other things as a replacement. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you guys again so incredibly much for hanging out with me. You guys have been great. Grudge Monkey says I will join the server. I'd love to have you, and thank you for doing so. Stoat Chat, I'll write that down. Like Stoat the weasel dog animal thing. That one. It's also based in the UK, but it doesn't have the whole data internet surveillance thing going on. Kind of like Discord. Like, but lots of places have internet surveillance these days, and I hate that. That is a whole different like box of worms I don't want to get into. My apologies. Balshek says stout chat. Chatting over stout. I do not drink alcohol, but chatting over a stout sounds good. My name is Coin, everybody. This has been another episode or another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless. Fire spells only, all content routing. Balshek says I don't drink alky either. Have a good night, good sir. Have a good night, everyone. Please do take care of yourselves. Stay safe, rest well out there. You guys are welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime, of course. If I don't see anyone again, for whatever reason, more permanently, that is, you know, do stay safe out there. It's a dangerous world. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. And with that, farewell and goodbye.